Yeah, I'm 2 hours behind you. Let me begin by sharing my screen. So it'll take me a few seconds to load the PowerPoint. Let me have a look here. Where are we? Okay. Desktop. Okay. Right. With any luck, that should be right. Let me just move some of this clutter out of the way on my screen, and then enlarge it. Now, you should be able to.
Yeah, we can see it. We can see it.
Okay, so thanks very much. Okay, so let me begin. I'll spend about 30 minutes talking about AI, big data, and smart cities. To some extent, were I giving this talk 10 years ago, I'd be mainly talking about smart cities, which had emerged at that point. But of course, we're all obsessed at the moment with AI, and I'll talk a little bit about how AI is related to the whole set of computational methods that really relate to cities. If you would like a copy of this, well, PDF, it would be a copy of the PowerPoint as a PDF. Then if you go to either of these links, that's my blog, that's the first one. There is a tiny URL underneath it, either of those. And I know it's going to be hard to copy that down if you want to at the moment, so I'll put it on at the end. If you want to take a photograph, then the links will be at the end if you actually want to follow up. So it's just a representation, a PDF of the material I'm about to present. Okay, so what am I going to talk about? I'm going to talk about AI and cities. I'm going to give a very short history of AI and also computer models of cities. Now, to some extent, AI, artificial intelligence, is everywhere. It's everything. And there was indeed a famous paper written about planning about 50 years ago by Aaron Waldavsky called "If Planning is Everything, Maybe It's Nothing." And in some senses, we can probably say the same about AI. AI is everywhere, and therefore it's nowhere. AI is everything, and therefore maybe it's nothing in this particular context. So to some extent, I'm using the term AI as being contemporary computing. I know there are more specific definitions of AI which relate to data and data science and so on. And there is this whole question about intelligence that I'll talk briefly about in a moment, really, in that sense. So basically, I'm going to spend talking about AI and cities in the first 5 minutes. And then I'm going to talk about the emergence of the smart city. The way I like to define the smart city is in terms of two approaches to cities. The traditional approach to thinking about cities really prior to the digital revolution, really prior to about 30 or 40 years ago, prior to perhaps even 20 years ago, was related to the low frequency city, meaning that cities, as we began to think about them and plan them, basically, were long-term affairs, that our master plans were for 10 years or 20 years or 25 years in this sense. So the time horizons for cities prior really to the emergence of the smart city or the digital city in that sense was really a low frequency thing that our thinking represented over decades really to some extent, rather than in the context of the smart city now, where we're thinking about much finer timescales, the high frequency city in this sense. And the high frequency city, the smart city in this sense, which has focused our attention on what happens in the very short term, in a matter of seconds, all the way through to minutes, hours, days, and so on in this particular context, is largely due to the fact that computation and sensors have scaled down to the point where we can actually begin to embed them into the cities themselves. And to some extent, in terms of talking about digital thinking in terms of cities, it's very clear that traditionally, 50 or more years ago, when we began to think about cities using computation, we were building models of cities in this particular context, and we really didn't realize what was happening in terms of the fact that as computers were being scaled down, miniaturized in some sense, they were being embedded into the very thing that we were simulating. So in other words, the computers that we were using to simulate the city were also becoming embedded in the city itself. So the city in some sense was turning into a computer in this particular context. So that really constitutes really the background in terms of the emergence of the smart city. I'll talk briefly about newish ideas. Big data is now old in some sense. In that sense, it's a 10 or more year old phenomenon. And big data, of course, is directly produced by the embedding of sensors into the built environment and the development of activities in cities over very short time periods. This leads to real-time streaming of data. And it also, more recently, another term that's emerged as quite a hot term is the idea of digital twins, the idea of having lots of different models running alongside one another that are all in some sense twins of one another. They're literally not twins in this particular context, but more than one model, basically, more than one digital model has come onto the agenda. Okay, now that's going to take me about 15 minutes to talk about that. I'll then actually look at 3 examples. And the examples are rather long-winded, so I'll be skipping over those, giving you just a flavor of it. I'll talk about VR and AR, that's virtual reality and augmented reality, 3D city models, and also building information model systems in that sense. And that represents, to some extent, the most popular view of the smart city, the idea that you can fly through the 3D city in this context. I'll also talk about real-time simulation, which is, again, the smart city, the high-frequency city, where we're talking about passenger demand and train supply in transportation. That's a major area in terms of the smart city in this context, where the focus is very much on what's happening in the next few seconds, the next few minutes, and so on, and how we can actually coordinate that through real-time simulation. And then I'll look at long-term urban change, back to the idea of the low-frequency city, what's happening over long-term urban change, because there's a lot of digital thinking which is going into thinking about cities over long periods of time, basically. There's been a resurrection, or there is a resurrection to some extent, and this is reflected in the book that our host just talked about, the New Science of Cities book that I wrote. This is really more about really long-term urban change in this sense, and I'll talk about our digital twin that we're building for British cities, basically for the whole island of Great Britain. Very briefly. And then finally, where do we go from here? I hope to finish in about 30 minutes in total, which is now about 25 minutes. And we'll then have some Q&A before I hand over to the second keynote. Okay, AI and cities then. Obviously, most of us probably realize that computers were invented in the middle of the last century. Really, the Second World War led to the spur for computation and they were invented really in 3 or more locations around the world simultaneously. Germany in 1937, Konrad Reuss, basically at Tärnov in the United States in the late 1930s. And then, of course, at the end of the war, the Colossus machine in Britain used in Bletchley Park and so on. These were all really developed in terms of digital thinking back about something in the order of 80 years ago. And really what's happened since then is a process of massive miniaturization. If, for example, the hardware had not been able to be miniaturized, if we'd not invented the silicon chip, if Bell Labs hadn't actually produced the transistor back in 1948, then it's unlikely that we would be in this position we are now. So the process of not only digitalization, the idea that we could represent all kinds of things in terms of zeros and ones, the binary code, but also the fact that we could miniaturize this in terms of electronic circuitry and scale our computers down. Our computers have got faster and faster and smaller, almost remorselessly, exponentially, really, over the last 80 years. This is enshrined in what's called Moore's law, which says that the amount of memory on a chip and the speed of processing and so on doubles basically every 18 months. And if you go back to when Gordon Moore made this law in the 1960s or suggested it in the 1960s, then you can see an inexorable rise in computer power, really quite frightening in many senses. Now, right at the beginning, the computer was likened to a brain. The pioneers, Alan Turing, for example, John von Neumann, Rosenblatt, and so on, many others, basically thought of computing as providing a new kind of intelligence. In fact, the term AI was coined by John McCarthy in 1956 at the first AI meeting, although Alan Turing had written papers about intelligence, intelligent machines just prior to that, in some sense. So there was this notion, for example, that computers could be used to simulate intelligence. And McCarthy, basically, in 56, really pulled these ideas together, suggesting the term artificial intelligence, basically. But the general notion of artificial intelligence was that ultimately computers would be able to simulate human intelligence. The idea that the computer could be used as a model of our own intelligence. And that was a very key idea some 50, 60, 70 years ago, basically. The ultimate aim was to produce computers with human intelligence. Now, this aim has been diverted in many ways since then, basically. And we now really, in the modern era, in contemporary times, really think of AI divided into two main parts. First of all, methods for generating intelligence using symbolic ideas. And these do indeed hark back to the idea that we can actually program computers to simulate the intelligence that we ourselves actually contain in that sense. And this really points back to many ideas about symbolic ideas about expert systems and so on in that sense. It's what is referred to as strong AI in comparison to the other field of artificial intelligence, which is much more common and probably what most of us in this room really think about, and that is intelligence from statistical analysis. This is machine intelligence, it's not human intelligence. It's based on ideas about searching for patterns in large data. It's really reflected in the notion that we can converge on those patterns using ideas about deep learning. Learning is again a loaded word in some senses. In a way, we need training computers basically to actually recognize patterns in that sense. Whether one thinks that is learning in some sense, learning implies intelligence basically, but deep learning and machine intelligence is not intelligence in the human sense. So that's really the prospect at the present time. AI can, in fact, relate to many different things that we can think about in terms of the smart city, as we'll see. Okay, now, these were early ideas based on the notion that we were formulating a thinking process using computers. This was strong AI, basically. And generally speaking, work on strong AI proceeded with great enthusiasm till really about the mid-1970s. By the mid-1980s, the early claims for AI were widely discredited, basically, and the field really entered its nuclear winter, basically, in some sense. But slowly, as computers got faster and smaller, cheaper, and so on, as data began to grow and grow through using computers, then the approach began to change. And to some extent, artificial intelligence is about finding intelligence in the data, not in the human in this particular context. And that's very problematic, because if we think of artificial intelligence as actually being able to help us in terms of design and prediction and so on, then maybe intelligence in the data is not really what we're interested in. A good deal of AI in the present day, which is based on statistical learning and so on, is really concerned with very routine things. It's not concerned with the great goals of sustainability and resilience and so on in terms of the way we think about cities necessarily in that sense. Okay, now as computers have been scaled down, then they've begun to generate large volumes of data. And the best examples of that are seen in things like machine translation. What I'd like to show you in the next minute or so is how Google Translate relates. And this is an excellent example of the idea of big data, of machine intelligence, and so on. Essentially, machine intelligence and in terms of Google Translate, is that Google has an enormous corpus of information about all kinds of things, basically, that I'm not going to detail in any sense how Google's data centers collect all of this stuff, basically, but they're continually collecting just about everything in that sense. And this great corpus of data is used to actually enable translation. In other words, Google Translate does not actually look at the symbology of the language. It doesn't look at the structure of the language per se. It really looks at examples of how people have spoken things, how they've translated things in that context, and basically just searches through to actually produce that. So here's a good example. And in fact, I don't have time to actually show this. If you click on this, then basically it would bring up Google. But basically the next one actually shows you what it is. So now this is Google Translate from last night. Basically, said I'm giving a talk to the Finnish Center in Helsinki, Finland, on the development of smart cities, basically. And so that little thing on the left, basically, and that's what the translation looks like. Now I can't tell you whether that's a good translation or not. Although I've motivated it, basically, only you can tell you that. And even in that context, you may sort of find some slight differences from the way you would translate it, basically. One would hope it's fairly close in some sense, because it's not a particularly complicated phrase. Well, maybe it is in Finnish, basically, the way I've actually done it in that sense. Now, ChatGPT, that is all the rage in artificial intelligence, is all about learning to generate intelligence responses to complex questions. And these complex questions, you could say that my statement there about giving the talk to the Finnish Center is a relatively complex thing in some sense. Is talking about sensor technologies. So clearly Google Translate would have to know what those were, at least would have to have access to those phrases and so on in this sense. Now, one of the things in Google Translate, and I urge you to actually try it, basically, is you can actually click on the little microphone underneath. Let me just go back one slide. If you look at the smaller picture there, on the bottom, there's a little kind of microphone ID. If you click on that, it'll talk back to you in this sense and actually give you the translation. And I know that if you click on the English bit that I've actually written, it will actually give you, or it'll give me basically, it'll talk in English, basically. It'll read that out, but it'll read it out with a Finnish accent, which is really quite interesting. I'm still thinking about that. Why is it reading it out with a Finnish accent, basically, in that sense? Anyway, that's Google Translate. Now, ChatGPT is all about this. It's learning to generate intelligent responses to complex questions like writing essays and all sorts of technical as well as routine stuff, basically, in that sense. But it's dependent upon a massive corpus of information data in that sense. It's really, in a sense, basically an extended search engine to some extent. Whether it has intelligence or not is the big $64,000 question in that context. Okay, but nevertheless, it's this scale of data which is really more important. Now, let me begin by let me continue, in fact, by turning towards smart cities. Now, smart cities, of course, as I've said, are really related to this notion that the city itself is becoming a computer and generating lots of data in real time, which we've not had before in this particular context. And this is the high-frequency city. It's the 24-hour city. It's the city over short periods of time. It's not that we've never really thought about this. We have thought about this, you know, from time immemorial in that sense, that we've thought about the high-frequency city, but we've not been able to do an awful lot about it, basically, in that sense. Only as we've begun to get data on a short-term fine-scale basis, will we be able to think about this in some sense. So the term the smart city, basically, is something that has really emerged over the last 20 years. Now, let me show you a diagram, which I may even have shown it before when I've talked in Finland, but basically this is a diagram about my rendition of what the smart city is, and also the low and high frequency city. So we've got these two bits that are theories about the city, if you like, what we know about the city, how we theorize as academics and professionals or experts in this, in the orange box, basically. And the yellow box to the top left is the real built and social environments. And of course, traditionally, prior to computers, we took data from the city in manual senses, and we developed our theories about the city. We developed our plans about the city. The plans were fed back into the real built and social environment, and these actually changed the nature of the city and changed the nature of our thinking about the city. And into this particular context came computers and sensors about 20 or 30 years or so ago, basically, and that led to real-time stream data. I can date this exactly that in 2003, the London subway system introduced its Oyster card, basically the smart card. So that was about 20 years ago. There's 20 years worth of data, and at that point, computers were being embedded into the environment. The internet, of course, became popularized basically in the 1990s, some 10 years before that, basically. So the emergence of the smart city came at that particular point. And into this context, we can think of the changing nature of how we interact with the real city and the smart city, information and control, and then going in terms of the arrow, which goes to the right and curves around to the left. And the other arrow, information exhaust, is what we get from it in some sense. And one of the kind of key features in the smart city is a lot of the data we get is not necessarily designed for us to think about the city. It may be an element of information exhaust. The data we get from our Oyster card project, basically on the London subway system, the London transport system, that data is really designed for the people running the system. It's not designed for people who are planning the system or thinking about how the transport system relates to all the other systems within the city in terms of the London plan and so on in that sense. Into this context, we've got basically low frequency models and high frequency, and my examples in a moment will tell you a little bit about those. And in that context, and this is loosely called urban analytics these days, but basically it's essentially simulation and modeling in that sense. And into this context, we've got big data, because this thing which is operating in real time basically is generating data all the time. Now, big data of that sort, real-time stream data, you may think is different from long-term change data. But of course, if we have enough of it, we've now got 20 years worth of tube data where every traveler has been recorded basically in terms of the journeys and so on. That's an enormous database in some senses. Not quite as simple as that. There are sort of glitches in it in some senses, but nevertheless, we're talking about big data, which is turning into long-term data, short-term data into long-term data. Okay, so the other point I'd like to make here, and I've got to speed up a little bit then, all of this has introduced time into our thinking. If we look at the low-frequency city, although we're talking about frequencies over long periods of time, how cities change over decades, if you like, or even over longer periods in that sense, time is sort of implicit in that particular context. Real time in this sense has only really come with the development of the smart city, the idea that we can think in terms of actual units of time, seconds, minutes, and so on. And in our project that we have on the London subway, for example, we're particularly interested in things like disruptions, which are really very much involved in terms of the way time actually intervenes in the whole process of the operation of those systems in this sense. Okay, now if you look at big data, there's lots of characterization of this. To me, big data is related to volume. There are the so-called 5 V's or 7 V's, etc., velocity, variety, volume, etc., but also variety, veracity, value, basically. in that particular context, the 5 Vs, and that there are more of those in a sense. But to me, volume is the most important thing in this particular context. And we've always dealt with big data to some extent, even prior to the smart city. Here are some examples of big data that relate to transport. So all of these things really relate to previously the smart city in that sense. They're pictures of data that is taken from traditional sources, basically. If you look at the bottom left-hand picture, you can see the map, basically, which is the Greater London Authority, basically divided into about 600 zones, 600 wards, and then you can actually see the desire line diagram from one of those zones, which is Heathrow, in the corner, basically on the southwest, yeah. You can see the flows to every other location in that sense. Now that is big data, basically. That's 600 zones by 600 zones. That's quite a lot of data. And in fact, we are working now with in terms of low frequency data. We're really looking at flows between every location that we can define in Britain and every other. We have models working at the level of literally producing billions of potential flows between, divide Britain up into, 40,000 or 50,000 units, basically, and look at the flows from every one of those units to every other. We're talking about big data. Now, that does not depend, to handle it, of course, we need modern computers, but it doesn't depend on that data being generated by computers, because it's actually generated from census data in this particular context. Okay, so I'm not going to talk about models very much, basically. I'd like to just pencil onto the agenda here the idea of the digital twin. We've talked about data, we've talked about AI and so on. We've talked also a little bit about models in this particular context, and the idea of many models is very much related to this idea of the digital twin. To some extent, it's one of these words or terms, the digital twin, which has caught people's imagination to some extent. It sounds as though we should have a model which is close to the real thing. And to some extent, it focuses on the idea of how close is the model to the real thing. Now, we know that models, in fact, are abstractions. They're simplifications in this particular context. And in our world, we can have more than one model. We can have many models. We can almost have as many models as there are people in that sense. So in terms of our audience this morning, then basically everybody has a view about the city, and those views will be slightly different in some sense. They may be very different in a way, and were we to individually build our own model of what that view was with respect to, the development of, let's say, the long-term development of Helsinki and so on, in that sense, we would see that we would have many, many different models in that sense. And these indeed are digital twins. How close they are is the all-important question. Of course, in physical sciences, where we're talking about building, for example, a digital twin of a mechanical system, a car or an aircraft or something of that sort, then we might be able to get close, but we can never get perfectly close. If the digital twin actually collapses into the real thing, then it becomes the real thing in this context. So there's quite a lot of evocative thinking about the world in terms of these twins. But it's an important dimension in terms of the smart city in that sense, because clearly it's suggesting that we can have more than one model in this particular context. And only now that we have computers in this sense, in the way we do have them, where we have computers everywhere, basically, then this is quite consistent with the fact that we have this great explosion of digital computation, really, in terms of the way we actually handle the development of our thinking about cities in this sense. Okay, now let me look at my 3 examples. I'll quickly go through these to give you a sense of things, and I'm quite conscious of time here. Let me just see if I can. No, I can't do it, basically, in that sense. Don't know how much time we've got left, basically, but maybe about 10 minutes, 15 minutes 10 minutes, I think. Okay, so let me look at the three things. I'm going to talk about, first of all, the physical representation of the city. And to some extent, smart cities traditionally were thought of, or digital cities were thought of in terms of their 3D development. And that has extended quite dramatically into virtual realities, augmented realities, scaled down from entire cities to buildings, basically. So GIS has turned into BIMs, basically, in that sense, building information models in that sense. And all of that really relates to physical representation. Once we have the physical representation digitally, then of course we can begin to populate those models, in fact, with the kind of socioeconomic data that we use in terms of the city. The second is flows of traffic. The problem that I'm going to talk about is one of reconciling demand and supply with real-time data, basically. And my third example will be a model of the low-frequency city. This is our digital twin of the British cities, basically, looking at long-term urban growth. Now, AI enters all of these problems. It's an enabling technology that can change the way we do things directly, inform our data and models. Now, there's a nice quote from Nick Bostrom, who's speculated a lot on what the future will be in terms of computation and AI, basically. And what he says, and this really sort of collapses what I've been saying, basically, to begin with. Once something becomes useful enough and common enough, it's not labeled AI anymore, basically. And in that context, what we're really saying is that if AI is everything, maybe it's nothing, or if AI is everywhere, then to some extent, it's nowhere. In that sense, it's part of the background in some sense in this particular way. And my three examples that I've got really came long before the current fad in AI, which really began over the last couple of years in this particular context. Okay, so our model, our 3D model of London goes back to the early 2000s, basically. Once GIS turned from 2D to 3D, then we very quickly began to build 3D representations of the blocks, basically, that constituted the city. And these are pictures taken from 2005, an article in architectural design, basically. And you can see the model in that sense. You can see it running. This was our early block model, basically. It's not rendered in any detail. There's about 50,000 blocks in this model of central London. And about 30 or 40 are rendered in great detail. So that's Cannon Street rendered in a bit more detail, but you can actually see that as we fly across the Thames there to the South Bank, that we're talking about blocks in this sense. So, and there are many different versions of this. Architects would be interested in rendering these models in great detail. But in our particular context, we're more interested in using them as a sort of a 3D GIS in this particular context. Whoops, you can actually see the wireframe, basically, in that context. In fact, I'm not going to click on it, but the model above there is, in fact, the Skidmore, Owings and Merrill models in the early 1980s. There's the YouTube movie. The problem with YouTube, of course, is that if I click on it, wants me to actually register or find a Google address or something like that. So it's never easy these days, in a sense, to actually show it. It's also a bit problematic actually showing it through Zoom, etc. But you get the idea. These are our 3D models in that sense. Now, the next example, this is done by Andy Hudson-Smith in our group, and it's the virtual London model, basically, that 15 years on, basically, from when we did it. So you can see that the model itself is placed within a building which is in the scene, etc. So there's a whole range of different virtual realities involved in the way this model has been developed, basically, in this particular context. A lot of it is sort of fictional to some extent, or it's in terms of thinking about how we might use these models to think about the urban design for the future in that context. And here, the next example is our building information model. This is a building on the Olympic Park in East London. It's owned by University College London, UCL, basically. Although the building was built as the media center for the Olympic Games in 2012, it's now being wired basically after the event. So the building information model was not built alongside the original construction of the building, but it's actually been built afterwards, basically, in that sense. So retrofitted in this particular context. And you can see bits of software that can be used to control the building in this sense. Now, my second example is in terms of real-time simulation. And this is where we do begin to think about generating data in that sense. There are really two systems in the London Tube, and I say the Tube, although it covers the whole of the transport system in London, buses and so on, but the focus here is on the Tube because that's a relatively self-contained system. And we have demand and we also have supply. There are two sides to this. The demand by travelers is the tap in. It's using the Oyster card here, but you use a credit card and nothing really. The supply of trains is a very different system. That's the actual supply. If we want to look at disruption, we really need to look at how demand relates to supply, basically, in that sense. And that's not easy, because once a traveler taps in, basically that records the location that they're in and they're out and this kind of thing. But it doesn't tell you anything about what train they may get on. And it's a complex system, the subway system in London, and different people will get onto different trains, even though they enter at the same time in that sense. Okay, let me show you that. That's actually the overground and the underground all. So that's the rail system basically in central London. The Tube is sort of one bit of that basically. What we're seeing here basically is data from the from the Oyster card data basically. So this is a simulation over a 7-day period, I think, and you can actually see the thickening of these. If you trace it through, there's a little counter at the top. Basically, we're in the evening of Tuesday. We're in Wednesday now. Wednesday morning. That's the Wednesday morning peak you've just seen. And then we have the evening peak and so on. And that basically is interesting data because although there's regularity in it, as you can see, there are many patterns of regularity. There's also great heterogeneity in it in that sense. That's one of the things about the smart city, to introduce heterogeneity into our planning and thinking about cities in that sense. Okay, that's basically, there's a YouTube movie out there, Oyster Gives a Bit Pearls, basically. And these two things show you how we're trying to link the systems together. The top is the demand. You can see there, that's just blurred up again. That's the demand, basically. And here we've got the supply of trains, basically. So you have demand at the top and supply of trains at the bottom, basically. Coordinating them is not really possible. This is simply an intention of what we'd like to do, basically. We need a lot more data inside the Tube that we don't have because of privacy concerns and so on. You're not allowed to kind of take photos although Transport for London do have detailed data of who gets onto what train. It's not really available in the public domain for us to actually build models of this kind, at least not yet. Okay, and that's typically the rather clunky system that is used by train operators to actually look at the position of trains, basically. Okay, lest you think any of this is new, here's a picture from the Getty archive, basically. It's a picture of ladies who are counting Tube tickets back in 1939. This is only about 4 months before the war broke out, basically. And in some senses, it illustrates one of the other principles, that the sub-theme to all of this is there's really nothing new under the sun, basically. This was the manual way. The problems have not changed, but the way we handle them using the media and using digitalization has, to some extent, in that sense. It's a great picture, that, really, in a sense. Okay. And we've done work on other places too, in that sense. Here's a paper that's done in Scientific Reports last year, I think, with Carmen and people in UCL, looking at the comparison between Seoul, the Seoul system in Korea, and the London Underground, basically. Okay. Long-term urban change. 2 or 3 minutes, 5 minutes maybe, and then I'll stop and see if there's any time left for Q&A. Okay, now our long-term urban change model basically goes back a long way. That if you know anything at all about this field, you'll know that the first computer models were built in the 1950s for the US transportation studies. At that particular point, US cities were sprawling like mad. The downtowns were declining, moving out to the suburbs and so on. And the interstate highway systems were being put in place. And it was quite natural to begin to build and to think about large-scale land use transportation interaction models, LUTI models, basically. And these have been built slowly and painfully over many years. Probably there are more being built now than ever has been, but it's still a tortuous process. These things are very difficult to build. In some senses, they rely on lots of ideas that need to be put together. Essentially, the little block diagram here shows that essentially the model that we have for Great Britain is based on employment and population, basically, which are interdependent in some way. And also the employment and population have wages and revenues, and housing has prices, and all of that sort of stuff is built into the frame. Now, these are the sort of models that we've built. Basically, this is the Greater London and the outer metropolitan area, basically. Just quickly go through that to give you an idea. So that's the kind of model we're building. And of course, in terms of London planning in this particular context, then we're really talking about new towns and developments and so on at many different scales across that entire region, basically, in a sense. Okay, now we're interested in actually scaling that up to England and Wales first of all, and now scaled up to Scotland. And basically, the model is web-based in a sense. We're interested in long-term urban change. One of the reasons for building it for Britain, basically, as opposed to building it for London in that sense, so building it for every town for every place in Britain, basically, is due to the fact that there are lots of large infrastructure projects, HS2, high-speed 2 from London to Birmingham, thence to Manchester and Leeds and so on. This is the new backbone railway, which is under great political dispute at the present time, and has been ever since it's been proposed. Vast billions have been spent on it already. Anyway, notwithstanding that, we're interested in building a tool, basically, to some extent, a digital twin, if you like, of British cities, where we can look at the impacts of all these things. And it's also made available on the web. So it's really web-based. It's no longer desktop-based. It's web-based, and you can log on. So on the left-hand side here, you can see all the sort of heavy lifting that's done on the server side. On the right-hand side, you can see the interface, basically. Now, I'm not going to spend much time on this. I'm going to go through it very quickly, some of these slides. If you want to run it, then if you type that web link in, quant.casa.ucl.ac.uk/quant2, you'll get the England, Scotland, and Wales version, which is the Great Britain version. Okay, these pictures are just the England and Wales version. This is typically what you would see. You drill on that. Here is West Lancashire, where what we've done is to inject 20,000 jobs, I think, 20,000, 40,000 jobs into the centre of that region, which is Liverpool, and look at the impact of them. Typically, I'm not going to go into that, the models that are quite well known and well resourced, basically. So this is basically employment density, population counts in England and Wales and Scotland. Northern Ireland is not there because, or the island of Ireland isn't, because basically this is a physical model looking at movements between areas, in that sense, employment and location. And once we get outside the island itself, it's impossible to build. It's impossible to extend our transportation links within this model to Northern Ireland and the rest of Ireland in that sense. And these are typically the networks. So this is a big project, and we have something in the order of about 8,500 zones in the current model. basically, which generates in the order of about 70 million potential trips. And we have the model broken down by modes into different types of modes. Okay, what we're doing is looking at impact. Here is Crossrail, which is the high-speed line from East London to Reading, basically, with the underground section in red there, basically. We look at the impact of that on the rest of Britain. You can see that this is the Crossrail that was opened about a year ago, and this is the impact on the rest of the system in that sense. So you can see the impact is very large scale. Of course, as the railway is connected, everything's connected to everything else indirectly or directly. Then, of course, there is impact everywhere of Crossrail in that sense. Only, of course, if you're using Crossrail in terms of journeys. And here is the population change, basically. And that's the redistribution of population, all other things being equal, once you put Crossrail in, basically. Not much impact in the centre of London, not much room for change in the centre of London, but a lot of impact east and west, basically. This, again, is a quant model, basically showing you how we can involve different professionals in this particular context. Touch table versions of it. This is where we're exploring many different alternatives for employment scenarios. 60,000 scenarios explored in that sense. The model does run very fast in a matter of 30 or 40 seconds, basically. And all the time we're improving it. So these are fairly typical of what we're actually doing in terms of looking at impacts, basically. And there are some links to the various units that have funded us. Latterly, the Alan Turing Institute, the AI Institute, has actually funded us on this project. Okay, now where do we go from here? Let's have a quick look at some of the things that we might do. There's some very big open questions about AI in general and their application to cities. Cities are very complex. They evolve from the bottom up. AI generally helps to automate relatively mundane tasks. And the planning of cities is by no means, in my view, a mundane task in that sense. So we have to be very careful about the development of AI. There are some very interesting generative AIs. By generative AI, we mean a bit like ChatGPT, which is basically generating answers to questions or new things to things that we've posed, which are old things in that sense. And in that particular context, we need to be very careful about what the corpus of data is for the application of these sorts of generative systems that give you answers in that sense. To some extent, one of the big issues, I think, in terms of AI is it breaks the idea that we should be in the business of simulating realities in some sense. In other words, a lot of AI is really about the future, and it's about new realities, different realities, not necessarily about best realities. It's about new realities and different ones in this particular context. So to some extent, AI is not really in terms of, we're not building AI models of actual systems in that sense, because the AI itself has a degree of difference in some senses. That's a little bit complicated when it comes to city. One of the reasons why the strong AI, which was developed in the first 30 years of the digital revolution, really, up until the 80s and so on, the reason why a lot of this strong AI fell out of favor was really because it was attempting to do very human and ambitious things in that sense. In planning, for example, optimization theory really fell into disrepute largely because of this, that the optimization problem was simply too big and too problematic to be able to be cast in terms of digital models in this particular context. In some sense, the big question is, can AI ever do anything beyond relatively mundane tasks in that sense? And my own view is probably pessimistic. It's probably not, in some sense. It can't really produce things that we don't know about already in that sense. That, in other words, can AI actually invent things for us that we can't anticipate, that we don't know? That's a fairly major issue. and of course, AI is making a big impact on natural systems and our own physiology and so on, all of this kind of thing. But I don't think it's going to help us in terms of some of the longer term quests, basically, that are relevant to cities, building more sustainable cities. But nevertheless, it's important to add it to the arsenal of techniques that really relate to, in this context, the smart city. At that point, I want to finish. I don't know whether there's enough time for Q&A, but I'll just put up again the PDFs that you can actually get. Leave that up for 1 minute or so in that sense. So if you click on either of those links, then you will get the PDF, which are all the slides that I've actually shown you here, basically, with 1 or 2 slight differences that I've made in a sense, but nevertheless in that context. And last but not least, I'd like to advertise my recent books with MIT Press, and in particular the book on the right, The Computable City, which is a new book which comes out in March or April. And it's a book with no equations in. It's completely written, basically. It's not a technical book, but it's about technical things. And it talks a little bit about AI and some of the things that I've talked about here. Okay, thank you very much. And I will return, I'll stop sharing and return the screen to our hosts. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Okay, we start very unique in sort of history of things we are at the moment. So we can have shorter lunch. But questions? I'll bring Mike to the person behind the bar.
Yes, Tärnov here from Aalto University and Aalto University as well. I have a very simple. Oh, sorry.
Is it done?
Yes, it's over. A very simple question. You said you're rather pessimistic about AI being successful in terms of solving complex problems. But there's another related question: that do you think human beings will try to have AI solve complex problems?
I'm sorry, I'm just not getting any of this at all. You can probably hear me, but not the other way around.
I was advised to keep it closer to my mouth. You hear me now? You hear me now?
I just can't hear you. Well, I can hear you, but I can't make out what you're saying.
I'm still closer. Do you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
No, I can't make.
Yeah.
All right. Hello, can you hear me now? I came close to the computer.
I can hear you. I can hear you now. Yes.
Yes. Okay. I'm in a very comfortable position asking this question. You said you're rather pessimistic about AI being able to solve complex problems that humans have. I have kind of a related question to that. Is that kind of my understanding of human nature is that we human beings will try anyway, even though you don't believe we will try. What do you think? Do you agree with me or disagree with me that we'll make unsuccessful attempts with AI?
No, I agree that we will try, definitely. I think we're trying already, and we've always been trying in some sense. But I think that the idea that there are the idea that there are things out there to be discovered, basically, which we don't have any feel for, in a way, is rather extreme. We don't know, of course. I mean, the future. Well, put it this way: the future is unpredictable in that sense, and because of this unpredictability, we can't really say whether AI will be able to invent new things, basically. So to some extent, if you fall back to the notion about unpredictability, then the implication is that we don't know whether AI will actually provide things. I think that the examples so far are not very encouraging, in the sense that I think a lot of AI is being used to actually predict relatively routine things, which are complicated necessarily, but at the same time, they are not very profound in some sense. That, in other words, AI is being used extensively to relate to things that we purchase and so on, the marketplace and all of that kind of stuff. It may actually be doing interesting things in terms of predicting missing pieces in, the puzzles about DNA and all this sort of stuff and so on. But I think that the idea of it enabling us to handle some of the grand challenges in some sense, that it is still very much, as it's developed, basically, has a fairly low-key role in this particular context. I'm not saying that we would not use AI. I think we're using it all the time, and we're beginning to embody it into lots of things, basically. But I don't think the idea that we're going to invent a new future in terms of AI is something that, and of course, that's to some extent what we've been trying to do in planning cities, basically, for many years, certainly since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, right, and probably a little bit before. So in some senses, I'm pessimistic in this sense, but I'm also hedging my bets, really, in some sense, because of this unpredictability question. We don't know what the future will hold, and never will do, basically. And of course, to some extent, we're in the position where we can invent the future. We can't predict it, but of course we can invent it. And the big question is, to what extent will AI help us in inventing that future? So I'd like to leave it at that point, that it will help us. And I'm optimistic that that many of the aspects that are being developed will help us, but the extent to which it will help us in a very basic sense is open to question. It's an open question. Yeah.
I think can you hear me, Mike?
Yes.
Yes. It just there's one more question before the next presentation. I mean, the content is more important than the schedules, of course. So please keep the mic very low and speak loud. Sara.
Thank you. My name is Sara Thabit. Thank you so much for the presentation. It was very interesting. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Great. So I got interested in one comment that you made when you were explaining the passenger demand and supply simulations. And you mentioned that the coordination between the supply and demand is not really possible because it would be needed to access way more data. And this data is not now accessible, even though it is collected in some cases.
Yeah.
One of the barriers for that are privacy concerns, for example. And I believe there is also additional problems such as this siloed between data collection of private sensors and the public use of the data and so on. So my question is, do you see which direction do you see to overcome these problems and allowing the access to further information? Is it through, for example, privacy enhancing technologies associated to these sensors and collection, or regulatory actions for opening the data? Or rather, and this leads me to the second sub-question, it's through the use of maybe synthetic data. So I'm wondering, in any of these models, have you used synthetic data for AI in cities? And what do you foresee as the best way forward for the future?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the reason why we can't connect up demand and supply in the case of the tube system, I should say that the tube system in London is a closed system in the sense that you have to, if you're a passenger, you have to tap in and tap out. In the bus system, that's not the case for a whole range of reasons. so the thinking about the self-contained tube system, we know where people tap in and we know where they tap out, basically. We know how much time they spend and so on. We don't know what trains they get on, of course, I mean, in that sense. And it would be nice to know what trains they get on, because there are lots of issues related not only to the whole question of the efficiency of the tube system in terms of movement within it, basically. A lot of questions related to that, as well as the cost and so on, and the efficiency. But we can't connect up people to particular trains. So if a train gets disrupted in some sense or stops, then travelers will, different travelers will get onto different trains. They will divert and so on. So all of that kind of information is not within the system, is not available. It's not available because I believe there are various bylaws that Transport for London have implemented, the legal that stop the authorities from actually collecting sort of tracking data. Now, I'm not too clear about what the current situation is. I do think Transport for London do collect tracking data of some sort, but they don't do it on a completely. They don't track passengers within the tube in every passenger. Basically, they've not got blanket coverage. Basically, that's what I'm saying. There are samples and so on which they're using in this particular context. So there are technical problems, there are physical problems of simply collecting the data, putting in place. You'd have to put sensors everywhere to be able to produce it, basically, in that sense. So there are problems of that kind, basically, in that sense. There are privacy issues. Now, you made the point about, can we begin to use synthetic data? To some extent, I think this is what TfL are doing. They're actually beginning to build. They've got sample data, basically, of who goes where, basically, within the tube system, and that's not a big. That's a very big issue. I mean, for example, let me give you an example. Me, my wife, and my colleague Paul Longley often use Tottenham Court Road tube station. Now, it so happens that I appear to use the direct system where you go down into the tube, and I move around and I go to the train and I follow all the signs, basically. My wife, of course, always gets down to the platform before me because she doesn't follow the signs. She actually basically takes shortcuts, basically, in a sense, down. So she's got onto the platform before me, and then occasionally, you know, she's got on a train before me in that sense. So in other words, we've got this lack of coordination, basically, due to traveling around. Now, in fact, when I went once with Paul Longley, he got down onto the platform loads before me. He actually found even other shortcuts. And this is a station which has the Central Line, the Elizabeth Line, and the Northern Line. It's got 3 lines coming into it, basically, in that sense. So there's plenty of scope for moving around. So it's that kind of thing, that kind of detail that we don't have now. Synthetic data could well help on that, basically. I don't doubt for 1 minute that we could that if we had a little bit of data, we could begin to put together some reasonably synthetic sort of systems where we could actually, well, we could be talking about supplementing a lot of real-time data, real data, basically, with synthetic data from other parts. We could take some real data from one part of the system and use it synthetically in another. So I think there's quite a lot of potential in this. It's not my area particularly in that sense, but and we're not working on that project any longer. But I do think that there's quite a lot that can actually be done at that level. But the privacy concerns are quite important in that sense, and it's the same in terms of any of these individually based data sets in that way.
Thank you, Mike. We are truly thankful for this a bit extended presentation and discussion moment, I think we need to proceed with our program. Will you stay with us, or are you running your next rounds? Because we have, well, the next presentation from Raivo Sell, Professor Raivo Sell. What's the?
Thank you.
Yeah, but thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thabit siiapoole minna, siis kaamera peale ka, ma panen sul ise peale.
So I apologize to Raivo for being a bit already, but
Ise siiapoole.
kaamera from discussion as well. So
Ma korra vaatan, siis ruumis ja
have Raivo talking about collaboration between TalTech and Florida Polytechnic University and what kind of projects we have.
Okay, thank you. By looking for time, I see that there is only question and answers time left.
You have 30 minutes, we have flexible.
All right. Yeah.
Okay.
Now I can follow previous presenters.
I'm very strict.
All right. Okay, so yes, the topic was about experience of collaboration between our university, particularly in my research group, and US side. But before giving some background of this, I will also talk about the topic, which is autonomous vehicles, and then more particularly autonomous shuttles, which is a part of public transport, so it's connected to the smart city. But before that, I just had some fun fact that you probably know that there are many Estonians working here in Finland. But I think what's the most related, or how the Finnish relates mostly to those people, and it's not the smart cities. Do you have idea? So I actually discovered a year ago, and now using the daily basis in Helsinki. You don't know? Radio. Exactly. Finnish radio. Very good radio station, and it's if you use a network radio, which I forced to move in only network radios in my car, because I don't have FM radio anymore there, and now I'm always listening to Finnish radio. And surprisingly, they also call them not the Finnish, but finest. Which I don't understand why. And therefore, I was a bit surprised that you're changing this good name to the finest instead of Finnish. So I like Finnish much more. Okay, but I recommend really this radio because there is not many advertisements, a lot of good music and nice programs. So Finest Center has now its own radio here in Helsinki, but more than 10 years already. Okay, so about the topic. So as I told that I'm working autonomous vehicles research group, running this, and a bit of the background, so what autonomous vehicles means actually. So everyone probably has some ideas, but internationally or IACA, it's defined that there is a 5 levels of autonomy, starting from level 0, where there's no autonomous features at all, and level 5, there's this fully autonomous vehicle. It means that it can basically drive all different kinds of roads, the same as human drivers. And that doesn't exist yet. No. What we are dealing mostly is actually the level 2 and level 4. And what's the difference between this? And not level 3, by the way. So level 2 is the advanced driving assistance system, actually. So it's not autonomous driving in the sense that the liability is actually for the drivers. And therefore, we can't say that it's autonomous driving, because if something goes wrong, driver is to blame and always responsible of these actions. So it's basically assisting you, all these features, like you know, the contemporary cars like Teslas or things. So even the claim that, okay, we have fully autonomous features, they're a bit more in US than Europe, but actually by the law and also by the Tesla own manual, that's the driving assistance system. So it's not autonomous. On the other hand, then level 4, this is fully autonomous driving. But the difference between level 5 and 4 is that level 4 defines the operational design domain, meaning the conditions and limitations where we are operating autonomously. And these limitations are not defined by some standard or anything, but you can define by your own. And that makes easy or relatively easy to build this kind of vehicles. And that's something what we have done. And it's more easy, I would say, than compared with the level 2, where you have to be able to drive in maybe complex traffic like highways and cities and so on. But driving fully autonomously, but in limited conditions. And these conditions can be like weather conditions, speed conditions, geographic conditions. I drive only in this campus in good weather conditions and that daytime only. And then if the light traffic, that's fine. And that makes it possible to build a fully autonomous systems currently. And this is what we have done, and also it's a bit connected to the Finnish pilot project, what we recently finished, where we built a new version out of our initial shuttle, which is not yet publicly presented, but basically looks like the design looks like something like this. The vehicle is ready, but not tested. We were able to do that with our limited resources, basically with the students and research team, because there is open source autonomous driving software available. And that's the main enabler for us to build this kind of vehicles. I really like this open source software. I use on a daily basis of Linux, which is also invented here initially, and I think it has been changed to quite a lot of many things, not only in the computer science, but now also you can see like in the mobility, or for example, Estonian X-Road concept, which is quite known in governmental level all over the world of open source basis. So the same thing enables actually to make really big things in rather limited resources. There is a photo of our shuttles, and many of you have seen it, and some of you are also probably remember it. So, but there is quite a big gap between expectation or how the common people think about autonomous, let's say, transportation and what's the reality. So I think many of you also expect that if there is a autonomous shuttle trial somewhere announced that, okay, now it's very smooth, it's cost effective, can handle all different cases, and that's the common understanding. We have done quite many pilot projects in different cities. Also here in Helsinki have been several pilots with our partners. And actually there are a lot of technical things which have to be solved before we can be sure that it's safe, and all the complex traffic situations are very hard to handle still. The communication with other traffic parties, like other drivers, pedestrians, other vehicles, again, not there. 5G is the big hype kind of that we should solve it, but as you see, there are also a lot of technical issues. They're not commercially effective. You have to pay much more if you implement a driverless vehicle. Although the main argument is that we should save from the drivers of the human load. It will come at some point, but it's not yet there. The safety is big concern, and cybersecurity, lens driving, and so on. And maybe a couple of recent advantages, just to point out that this open software stack, what's available, I think it's a very big thing. We are using open software from Japan originally, but now it's spread all over the world. China is offering their own solution. It's not maybe the best one, but some others. Not that many, but still it's possible to use them. OEMs are also interested a bit, but they don't see yet the market profit. They have some examples only. But this local governments, airports, transports are really attractive, want to really establish the autonomous shuttle service in the premises. And the startups, small companies actually playing quite a big role here. Unfortunately, many of them actually recently got a bankruptcy. Also here in Finland, Sensible 4, which was quite innovative in that sense. Even the biggest player, Navia, was almost in bankruptcy last year. And several others. It seems a bit ahead of the time, but at some point it comes anyway. So I don't think that this is a kind of a hype and we'll lose. Okay, now I come to the main topic. I lost the clock. Okay.
This question was included.
All right. Yeah, there's how about the collaboration? So, and that's the reason I was explaining this background is that why this collaboration has been successful is exactly that we developed the shuttle, the physical vehicle, which is open source, and it makes it quite attractive to research organizations, universities, and in particular in this case also from the US, where we're now collaborating quite a lot. Because all other vehicles, I would say, at least I don't know any other physical platform which runs the fully open source. They all have the usually IP protected, especially the software part, and it's hard to understand how the decisions are made. There are many researchers or research teams. They want to investigate particular aspects of autonomous driving. Let's say how the localization works, how the sensor fusion works, how the human-machine communication works, how the decisions are made. That means that you need to get access to these decision points in the software. And if the software is protected, so no one gives the access actually to these AI-related decisions aspects. That's what we are different, and that's why I attracted also different research organizations, including from Florida. And why the Florida? Why not the Silicon Valley, which I have asked several times? But actually, Florida is very active in autonomous driving. So Florida became the first state actually who legalized autonomous driving quite a long time ago already, public roads. There has been quite many pilots, very similar like we have done here in Europe or Northern Europe during several projects. Like in Jacksonville, in north, the seaside, there's one community, Miami, Orlando. They are very actively doing this similar cases. Especially in Orlando, there is a company called PEEP. It's using Navia vehicles and they doing daily, we can say daily basis and different pilots. And the second reason maybe is that Florida's established a very huge test track in the central Florida, exactly the next university I was spending half a year in 4 years ago, called SunTrax. And it's delayed a bit, but I think now it's open for the 1 year. And this is something what's also very hot topic in Europe, also in Estonia, where we want to create kind of testing facility for autonomous driving and teleoperated driving as well. I know that, for example, Finland has always said that there is a unique opportunity to test such kind of vehicles in Lapland in different or the weather conditions where you can't find in the rest of the Europe or in US. Because in San Francisco, for example, the climate is quite different compared with Northern Europe, and things working over there don't work here. I think you have heard several news about electrical cars now recently with the cold weather, how they behave in northern part of Finland, Norway, which they never experience in California. Okay, yeah, a couple of examples. This is the school, pretty nice design actually, the Florida Polytechnic University, which I'm mostly collaborating. And it's pretty new university. It's designed by a famous Spanish designer also. I think I saw a very similar building last year when I was in Spain, Valencia, I think. It's a science museum, and then it's turned out the same architect. And they have won many prizes. And you see those wings actually on top of this, they go up and down depending on the sun and reflecting the sun into the building. So it's a very nice building. And yes, then we started the collaboration 2019. It also got quite attention also in Florida, where we have some newspaper articles. And again, the reason was exactly that we were able to offer the platform where the research team, who so far have been able to do only the theoretical research, now can conduct really experiments or test, let's say, their theories. Because there are a lot of research teams all around the world in the universities, mostly in the computer science, who do the simulations. So all the theory, all the, let's say, research is done on basis on the simulations. But not too many has actually tried something out physically. And I can say that in simulations, the physical reality it is different. So it's not, we don't have that good models yet. Even this digital twinning is very hot topic again, but they are quite far from the real environment and never be the exact copy. I don't believe that we get the exact digital twin. Yes, so this collaboration actually has led also in US-based consortium called Autonomous Vehicle Verification Consortium, which is led by Dr. Rahul Rastan from Florida Polytechnic University, and we right now weekly basis collaborating and building the validation and verification consortium, because, like I said, the safety is the biggest concern in autonomous driving. If there is a research, if there are 70% of people say that safety is the biggest concern they related to the autonomous driving. If you ask about what makes you worried about that. And that's also from the governmental side, of course, the ordinary people and so on. And then the technical side also as well. So of course, no one wants to be in the news that their autonomous car killed the people. Because if it happens, you get this news all over the world, and you've heard of those. And yes, that's the consortium. And in this consortium, there are quite all over the world different academic contributors, industrial contributors, also governmental contributors. And the same thing we right now trying to establish in Europe to collaborate more closely with US side. So it's the cross-country idea. And what's the content of this collaboration and consortium is providing is again the open source validation and verification framework. So we want to offer to the community, to the research teams and also the other engineers, kind of platform which combines together with a different again, partly open source, partly not components that you can really run the verification validation tasks in autonomous driving. And that's the core. It's called PolyVerif Suite. It's used Unity as a simulation engine. You get input as a digital twins. So yeah, we have this word digital twin already heard today in context of buildings and cities. We have the kind of similar digital twin, but it's not only that the blocks or visual representation. It's more about the sensor data digital twin, and can be very different. But for us, it's important and things are classified. You know, what is the tree, what's the building, what are the features of this? Because if you see some kind of, let's say, rounded block next to the road, it can be stone, but it can be also the push. And one is much more critical if you hit this with a vehicle than others. So we need to know the context. And also we have the LiDAR data, which is called the point cloud data. We may have the traffic information, lanes, and things as a vector maps and so on. So this digital twin, what we need is a lot of layers. And the visual representation is usually secondary. It's not that important. It looks very nice and detailed. but we look for the features, what's relevant for the simulations. And some aerial maps, of course. And then the seal consists of the unit, which is the game engine, simulator engines, basically. On top of this, there is a simulation. Here is a little bit outdated, there's another one, but we have a scenario system where we can run this digital twin, let's say Unity as a simulation engine is processing. The Aalto is the autonomous driving stack. So we have the vehicle, which runs on the Aalto. The scenic is scenario generator, which generates the thousands of different traffic scenarios, which we can then test how they behave in this particular vehicle. And out of this, what was interested actually is that detection validation, perception validation, localization validation, decision validation, and control validation. It is a primary task of the autonomous driving. Of course, the detection, as a human being, also is very important. Sensorics we have on detection, we need to see, we need to hear, we need to touch, so then we are able to move. So if I don't see anything, if I don't have any feedback from the environment, it's very hard for me to walk on this door. If I'm blinded, then yeah, I can maybe do very slowly, but if I don't have any sense, or if these senses are wrong, then of course I can't make good control decisions, which is basically controlling my muscles or driving the motors of the vehicle. So actually the control outputs of all of this process are very simple, only two parameters. One is the speed, another is steering. And speed, I mean, rather the acceleration, is it like positive or negative? Do I want to go faster or just to brake? And that's it. The only two signals I need to produce out of this complex process. And also the sensing part, and it's very important also localization of autonomous vehicles, especially low-speed autonomous vehicles, which are relying on the LiDAR data, not as a high speed, which is more like lane detection by the cameras. And localization means that before I can go on that door, I need to understand where I am. Because it's, again, if I think I'm here, but actually I'm there, then I do the wrong movements. And all these, the decisions what's made by this AI-based autonomous driving software have to be validated, because they can be wrong in different aspects of what we're looking for. So this is the content of our collaboration that we're actively running. And yeah, I would say definitely there are a big part of Finest Center, which supported our pilot project. Although this collaboration started before, but now out of our pilot project, we also have developed a suite, which is safety and a toolkit, what we can offer as a service for the cities, that we can analyze your current situation if you want to implement or deploy the autonomous vehicles on the road. So let's say that Espoo here wants to have autonomous shuttle driving between the campus areas, but how safe is it? So do you know what, where do you put your attention? What concerns may happen? Where are the spots where if bad things comes together, the traffic accident can happen? So in order to do this before you implement those vehicles, would be good to do it in simulations. And then you can actually get output to make the traffic changes, maybe rearrange some traffic and other modifications on the environment if you want.
Are you approaching the conclusions?
I conclude. Thank you very much. I listen to you, Kaija, no problem. So that's our research group, some of the topics what we are doing. As a main research topic, our partners, Aalto is definitely a good partner, but other universities. So thank you, and some questions.
We are recording these presentations, every one of them today, and for this purpose, if you were to ask something, you could do this with this mic, so the voice would be hearable in the recording.
I will you so much for this presentation. My question is related to the data of people in terms of training the algorithm of autonomous vehicle to recognize that they're in front, it's a person. Do you use images for that in order to train the algorithm of the autonomous vehicle? And the second question is whether you use local data, for example, the images of the population in Helsinki, if you want to deploy, for example, autonomous vehicle in Helsinki, or do you use also any kind of data you have in terms of you have also images of people from China, from India, anywhere in the world? So how is that in terms of how do you train the data specifically so that the algorithm recognizes that this is the person, and whether it should go, for example, straight away or you have to maneuver?
Yeah, that's actually the answer in some sense is very simple, but of course it can be, there are very many aspects. Autonomous driving, the software stack's actually using the existing machine vision techniques. So we use the camera, and with this camera, we use actually common machine learning algorithms like YOLO or things like this, and the same methods. So we are training. And then it's up to, let's say, whoever decides, is it the operator of the vehicle, or is it in our case, it's more like our research group, so what we are intending to do, how we train this particular model for this use case. So we can train all use cases separately. And I have a good example again here in connected collaboration that if you're doing the trials in the Florida, you need to train the algorithms to maybe detect or understand the object as it might be alligator on the road. This never happened here in Espoo probably, that you don't need to train your algorithm. It's probably the stone, not the alligator. But it's a common case maybe in the Florida. So therefore, it's totally up to the responsible person who wants to run this kind of stuff, how you train this machine vision algorithm. And you can have a different training sets, different models, and you can switch between them. According to the use case, you can even have every day a different trained model. And of course, it depends that what kind of data you're using. Is the local data what you use in particular place? So you try through, record, label, and train like this, or use the existing one. So we don't bother too much about that details, because we look to the higher level logic, that what are the issues like let's say this vehicle though, infrastructure, communication, teleoperation, cybersecurity. But all these things have a, let's say, specific aspects. But if you implement in the real use case, let's say on commercial basis, so if you want to provide this vehicle, then there are like 90% more work to do. For example, in this training, that it will be very reliable and secure. Our vehicle is, let's say, it's not in that sense reliable, secure, and so on. But we don't bother ourselves because it's a lot of work, and it doesn't give up much to us. That can be done by other research groups where we can just give our platform as a test cases. But another aspect is also that why you at all need to understand that this is the human. So you have to have this function in the vehicle system that uses this information. Sometimes, and for example, the Navia vehicles, they have the camera, but they don't use it for the driving decisions. It's enough only to use the LiDAR, for example. And if I can detect that this is a human, this is a chair, this is the car, but if I don't use this information with the driving decisions, then why should it do it at all? There's, in the first place, there have to be a reason why to detect and understand this object's nature. And it's because if you go the step further, okay, I want to predict how those objects behaves. For example, if it's a bicycle, then we know that, okay, if it crosses the road in that speed, then we may have the collision. Or if it is like the stone example, that if I detect that this bunch of points here is a stone, it's probably not jump on the road. So then I can have a like step further in terms of intelligence to better predict what may happen. But again, the question is in what level I am in autonomy and what I really want to do. Just to have a simple autonomous driving, one LiDAR is enough and you can basically do it.
We'll have 1.5 break, each customers before lunch, although many of us are already standing up. Marko, keep it near.
Okay, one question about the collaboration. Now you have several universities and research groups obviously involved in your work. I'd be interested in sharing of the data, as much as I understood that private cost. So are you actually sharing those data sets among the researchers so that if you don't have the opportunity yourself to say drive those costs in certain ways, but you are interested in how it actually runs so that you could perhaps simulate these kinds of routes and see what kind of data is that, and that work can be done elsewhere as well. So is this kind of data sharing taking place?
Yes, that's quite a recent development that we have done. I didn't mention this, but we have now and it's also one output of Finnish mobility project, which ended some months ago, that we have now the database where we are recording, for example, from the one vehicle, we are recording 50 parameters of, let's say, single parameters like speed and stuff. But we also collect the big data in terms of LiDARs. See the LiDAR over here, radar, and camera. So they produce a massive amount of data, and we can record it. And now we also have developed a web interface where we can share this data. It's actually on the live already, but it's not fully developed. So the data is not very coherent in the system. But yes, we have the system, and we now also have developed the solution that you can run this AI types of algorithms on that data, and the result, what is out of this run or trial, is also stored in the same database. So that if you run, let's say, I run image detection of traffic signs. I want to take from this particular bus on that, let's say, October, where it was running from 1st of October, end of October. Then this AI processes it, takes maybe a couple of days, gets some results, stores these results in the same database. And other research group can actually use already, so they don't need to run the same algorithm again. Then maybe we change the model, like was the question, on different model. Okay, let's say this is different training data, same on the same, running on the same data, and see what's the results then, and then compare this result. So we have actually this platform now ready, but we have a new project started this January, where we are implementing it further on, so that it can be really useful also. Right now, it's not fully developed, but it's the prototype is live.
Thank you.
Really knows what's happening next.
Okay, thank you, Raivo, for next is lunch. We continue 1:30, so you have some time. Please, if you didn't take your name and sign, please do it here. And there are some sandwiches from the morning, so you can back up to go if you want later. Yes, with introductions and the floor is yours.
You can start, Brian.
Sorry, it's not so easy to hear. Good afternoon, everybody, and thanks very much for the invitation to speak here today. I'm sorry I can't be with you there personally. And actually, I'm just looking at the colleagues in the audience. You have some very nice jumpers there, so I feel like I'm missing out a little bit in being in Brussels. I'm going to just share a presentation. I've got about 30 minutes to go through, and the topic of my presentation is going to be EU policy and research and innovation programs. You're going to get a particular perspective on this because my role at ERRIN is Director of Projects. So when I look at policy through the sphere of developing European projects. So I will try to keep it short, and then of course we can have some questions at the end. So what I'm going to try to outline for you is, well, who I am and what ERRIN is, so what we do, how the development of R&I policy and programs takes place in Brussels, how we as organizations, networks, and actors in Brussels try to influence that and how we can do that. And then a kind of collaborative strategy in ERRIN. So how do we try to approach the funding programs and support our members to actually get engaged in them? And then to give some practical examples of what we've been doing in recent years to actually influence and then submit projects related to some of the big areas in Horizon. So, who are we? So as I mentioned, I work for ERRIN. ERRIN is the European Regions Research and Innovation Network. We're a Brussels-based organization, and we represent around 120 members, and those members are regions and their innovation ecosystems. So in Brussels, quite a lot of European regions have representations, and we work with these representations. Now, they are naturally local and regional authorities, but also they work with their local R&I stakeholders. And then within ERRIN, we work with all actors of the innovation ecosystem. So that can be research or university organizations, it can be local and regional authorities, it can be business sector, so chambers of commerce, and it can also be, although less common, civil society actors. But what we really hope to do is to bring all of these actors together within a region and get them working together to present a place-based approach to R&I. And we do that through a number of different ways, but primarily we have working groups, and I'll touch upon them a little bit in later slides. But what are we here to do as the network? Well, we're there to make connections with EU institutions, actors in the European Union, between our members themselves and other partner organizations. Brussels is home to multiple, or many networks, associations, lobby groups, and our role is to try to be as open as possible and to work with these organizations to support our goals. My role within the organization is specifically around projects. So within the association, we are a partner in a number of European projects, but we also support our members to try to develop European projects. You'll get a slightly different presentation from me than you might get from my policy director, who would give a slightly different perspective on how European policy is shaped and what we do, why we try to influence it. From my perspective, we are there to try to influence the European project policy in order to shape the calls to allow us to bid in for them and to ensure that the projects that are being developed are relevant to local actors and stakeholders. So when we talk about a place-based perspective, we are really ensuring that the policy, both from the regulatory side, but also from the funding side, is best placed to serve the needs of our members and the regions, essentially. As you can see from this slide, we represent quite a lot of Europe. We're spread over 20 countries, and that's not just EU member states. We also represent organizations or regions from Norway, from the UK, and Turkey. I pulled this slide out of a separate presentation because I just wanted to bring out the emphasis around how we engage. So for me, one of the key selling points of our organization is its openness to work with other organizations and institutions. So we have this very informal relationship within our network, not just with our members, but also with the other organizations that we work with. And this is really important because what does Brussels bring you? It's access to people, it's access to knowledge, and it's being able to kind of pull this knowledge and resource within a group to ensure that you're able to share this information. And we do that through our working groups. We also invite speakers, and again, from a range of different organizations, but also the EU institutions. And I say also because this is really important because it's building relationships. And what does this give us? Well, not necessarily early intel, but it can do, but really an understanding of what the European Commission is looking from a policy perspective, but also a project perspective when they launch the calls. So this is really helpful. And then on top of that, of course, we're constantly networking to make sure that we're able to develop the best projects and ensure that when we do submit proposals, they are the types of proposals that the Commission is looking for. How do we do that? This is a network. Well, we have our working groups. We do targeted project development activities. We work on policy, and that's essentially what I'm going to focus on, is this link between the project development, the early intel, the developing proposals, and the policy work that we do within our network. As I've mentioned, it's about cooperation and sharing information, but it's also about visibility to make sure that our members are having an opportunity to present the good work that they're doing and share good practices. I think one thing that I've noticed in recent years, and particularly since the launch of Horizon Europe and the missions, is that our members are asking a lot more to share good practices, where I feel in the past, people were either a bit nervous to share or to ask the good practices and say, we don't know what we're doing here, we need support. As we start to look at the missions and these really big challenges like climate neutrality in cities or climate adaptation, these really big societal challenges that we're facing, cities and regions and our members are suddenly saying, actually, we're not quite sure what we need to do here. Do you have some examples of where this has worked? How do we find financing to ensure that climate neutrality can actually happen by 2030? So this has been really important, and we're putting a much bigger emphasis, therefore, on ensuring that we're able to share good practices of what's happening in different regions and where it's worked. And where possible, but even harder, is to share the bad practices. And people are not so keen to talk about this, but actually that can be really useful as well. As I mentioned, we have working groups. So we focus on all areas of R&I, and we try to align our working groups with the Horizon work program. So this is, you can see here the natural resources and food or low carbon. These are linked to the work programs of the European Commission. And that's really important also when we're trying to influence the policy, because we're able to align the work that we're doing within the working groups. And these working groups are bottom up. They are led by our members. So each working group here will have 4 to 5 of our member regions leading the work. And my team that you saw on the first slide, we are there as facilitators to try to support from a practical perspective. But really the work that's happening within the working groups is led by our members and is focused on what are the needs for regions. Why is this important when it comes to policy? Well, because each of these working groups should have in its mind a policy perspective. And they should identify key things that they want to try to influence in order to shape the future work programs. I'm not going to touch too much upon this, but this is just an overview of the projects that we're involved in as an association. And again, it links back to the policy work that we do within the network. So where you see relatively large-scale projects like Net Zero Cities, which is focused on supporting the work within the cities mission, we are trying to bring those voices from the local and regional stakeholders to the mission to say, this is working, this is not working, this is where we need more support. And hopefully filtering some of that back to the European Commission to say that we need to make changes in different places, particularly when it comes to regulatory issues. Well, that's a little bit of an introduction into ERRIN and how we work. And I've been very quick. I'd normally take an hour to give that kind of brief introduction to our network. But what I wanted to get to was the European research and innovation programs, so the framework programs, and to try to explain a little bit of how the framework programs work, and then how we as a network try to work with them. The funding cycle for the framework programs is fairly set in stone. So we have a framework program and they run in cycles of 7 years. Within the framework programs, we have strategic planning, and they're happening every 3 to 4 years. And then the strategic plan is setting out the framework for what the work programs are going to look like. And those work programs are coming every 2 years. And those work programs subsequently set out the funding opportunities. So within the work programs, we have lists of calls, we have different topics, and then lists of calls. And what's changed in Horizon Europe, which has been really helpful, is in Horizon 2020 as well, is these 2-year work programs. So we're not operating anymore year to year. We know we have a relatively clear idea of what the funding landscape is going to look like for the next 2 years. And we're able to therefore start building our projects and consortia around identified targets. But it also means it gives us an opportunity, and we have a fairly clear timeline of how we should start influencing and therefore bringing important and key topics forward to try to actually have impact in the work programs. And then subsequently, that means that the calls that come out every year will be hopefully matching the needs of our stakeholders. From a network perspective, we focus on different parts of the R&I policy, particularly using the framework of the European Research Area, so the ERA Forum. We've been very active in recent years on looking at the new European Innovation Agenda, and therefore specifically the regional innovation valleys. Horizon Europe is a big part of what we do, and that's the framework program itself. But within that, we look at EU missions widening and EU partnerships, and we've also been very active in the regional innovation partnerships. I'm not going to go into too much detail on the missions yet, but what I wanted to say here is, how do we start to influence the work programs? How do we start to influence what the Commission is coming up with when it's thinking about what the future calls should look like? And our work on the EU missions has been quite a good example of that. And I'll come in a later slide to explain a little bit how we've done that over a 4-year period. So when we're starting to talk about EU policy, you have to have a long-term perspective. It's not something that you can come into and say, within 2 months, I want to start speaking to the Commission, influence the calls, submit a proposal, and get European funding. These are really long-term objectives. And ultimately, it's something you can't do on your own. The reason that networks like ERRIN are around and are important is because we represent 120 regions. When we go to the European Commission and say, we're hearing that this is not working on the ground, we need to look at this, and these are the challenges, we come with the backing of 120 regions. We don't come as an individual organization. And there's many examples of different thematic networks like ours. We cover the whole of R&I, but there's many thematic networks that we work quite closely with, who are also representing particular areas. Where are we at the moment in this policy landscape? Well, we're at an interesting position. It's a little bit crazy in a sense, because also within ERRIN, we start to talk about FP10 now. So FP10 is the program that will follow on from Horizon Europe. So again, that comes back to the perspective that you can see the time frame is actually quite short when you think we're only halfway through the funding program for Horizon Europe, and yet we're already talking about what the new FP10 should look like. And this timeline gives you a bit of an idea over the next couple of years of where we expect the conversations to go. So in January, we'll have the publication of the ex-post evaluation of Horizon 2020. So that's the last framework program. Within a couple of months, so in March, we'll have the R&I days, so the Research and Innovation Days in Brussels. This is a flagship event that's put on by DG RTD, where they'll be trying to present a lot of the findings there. In June, we'll have the publication of the strategic plan. And if you remember back to the previous slide, you see that the strategic plan then leads into the work programs. There's been a task force that was set up at the end of last year, and they will have a report that will come out in June 2024. There's the ERAC, they will bring their task force report out in June, and then the expert group of the European Commission will have their report out in October 2024. So we're talking quite a few years away from the actual implementation of the FP10, but by October this year, we will already have had a number of reports actually looking at how Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe has been operating and what the new funding program should look like. And if you think of what changed in Horizon Europe from Horizon 2020, we had some big new innovations, the missions themselves. So we had these new 5 missions, which also pooled funding and tried to provide support to challenge some of society's biggest challenges. This is a big thing that came in, and the work on that started in 2018, more or less. This conversations were happening 2017, 2018 for a launch of many years afterwards. So again, a really long-term perspective. We expect in 2025, there'll be a publication of the Horizon Europe's interim evaluation, and then the Commission will make its FP10 proposals in mid-2025. So by midway through next year, we will already have proposals for what the next framework. So how does an organization like mine play into that? Well, 2023, we already had input for the consultation for the previous Horizon program. So how it had started with Horizon Europe, and then what we'd seen in Horizon 2020, and then some reflections on what we expect from FP10. So I mean, in 2023, we're already giving recommendations for what we expect the next framework program to look like. Our policy working groups, and one of our working groups, again led by our members, in a couple of days, we'll put together a working group which will be looking at research and innovation and cohesion policy, so how this comes together. In February, we'll be exploring synergies between the EU missions. Again, this is the new thing that came in Horizon Europe, and how that's working with the European partnerships. We've seen a lot of feedback from different stakeholders within the European research area on missions. Our organization is very pro. We really like the place-based perspective that we're seeing there and actually implementing some of the research. So we see the innovation taking place on the ground, but this is not the opinion of all. So we have to do, and I don't like the word lobbying, but we have to really try to get our opinions out there to say, actually, this innovation in the Horizon Europe work program is really important. And we're seeing results from that, and both on the ground, but also within the projects. In February, we'll have a working group looking at FP10 and how our members, so again, this is our regions, how are they finding the implementation of Horizon Europe, and what do we want to bring forward for FP10? And you can see already in 2024, we have this long-term perspective of how we want to influence. And when I say influence, it's not in the kind of lobbying term, but it's really to try to bring those messages to the European Commission to say, this is working, or we need more of this, and this is how we see developments taking place. How do we turn this policy influencing, policy discussion into practical project development? I'm going to give an example here, and this is the city's mission. So I've already mentioned that within ERRIN, we find the missions a very useful tool for actually embedding the innovation on the ground. As I mentioned also, that the mission discussion started very early on, so around 2018. And this is long before the work programs for Horizon Europe are being developed. Now, we saw at the end of Horizon 2020, there were some calls linked to missions within the Green Deal work program, or calls that they launched. But actually, the real work started in Horizon Europe. So 2 years before the work program is launched, we are starting to have those discussions. Our Smart Cities Working Group organized a number of information sessions to brief the members on what developments were happening within the city's mission, what the expectations were. From that point, we started to develop some input papers. So again, we're not lobbying here, but we're just saying to the European Commission, this is what we feel from a regional innovation ecosystem perspective is really important when developing these missions. From that point, we as an association joined a consortium to be involved in the Net Zero Cities project, which is a project supporting the city's mission. We also developed one other project with our members, which is called Mosaic, which looked at co-creation and stakeholder engagement from a mission perspective, and again, specifically focused on the city's mission. So working with 6 cities that were awarded or were accepted to be mission cities, to try to ensure that they actually bring this local stakeholder perspective when actually developing their climate city contracts. From that point, our working group also provided feedback on the 23-24 Horizon Europe work programs. So I've talked about how you influence the wider framework programs, but of course, within our working groups, we're also trying to provide feedback on potential work programs, but of course, having that longer term perspective, because if you're thinking 2023, 2024 for a work program, you know that in 2022 early, you need to start influencing what the calls might look like. And we do that through speaking to our colleagues, speak to their member states, where they also have power within the committees, but also providing feedback to the European Commission again and saying what's working and what's not. From this, and again, ERRIN is a bottom-up organization or bottom-up network. So you see 65, I think it's actually 71 now, of our ERRIN members are involved directly in the city's mission, and I expect that will increase more as time goes on. From that, our members developed another project, one that we're not involved in as an organization, but it's a spin-off project. Again, looking at how the city's mission can be implemented on the ground. We have one of our working group leaders that's involved. She's representing ERRIN on the mission board. And we've developed a number of external partnerships and projects related to the city's mission. So you see, you pick up one topic that is interesting to our working group. We work on it for, again, 3 or 4 years, trying to identify useful calls that are in the funding programs, trying to influence the future calls to make sure that they're fitting to the needs of regions and the local actors. but also then trying to provide feedback constantly of what's working and what's not working. This is just an overview of some of the things that we've done. So as I mentioned, it's about bringing that local and regional perspective into the funding. It's about having dialogues. So we're constantly talking with the European Commission. We're inviting them to our meetings. We're joining sounding boards. We're developing input papers. And we're essentially promoting the missions as well to make sure that everybody understands the benefits of what the missions can bring. What do we do on the ground for project development? I'm just looking at the time, so I'll try to be quick so there's still time for some Q&A. What are we doing on the ground? Well, we're also, from my side, instigating project development activities. So once we've provided this information on what the calls are looking for, we've tried to influence them where we can. The calls are obviously then launched. And from that point, we as an organization are developing within our working groups project development sessions. We're bringing our members together with external stakeholders to try to develop the best Horizon applications to ensure that our members are receiving funding for the work that they're doing. I have one excellent example of this. Last year, we put on a project development session for the soil mission. And I received information last week, and this was a very informal session. We just tried to bring together stakeholders from our network. We had a post-it session, which is where we ask our members to put down their interest on post-its, and afterwards we share the information widely within the network. And from that very informal 2-hour session, I was informed last week that one of the consortia that submitted from our network was successful, and they will receive funding, and they'll be setting up soil living labs within the soil mission. So this is a really excellent example and something that we're trying to do all the time. We also have online tools. We just invested a great deal of time and money in developing a project development tool where we try to get our members and the stakeholders to express interest in calls. Why is this useful? Well, the earlier that we know where the interest lies, the earlier and the easier it is to develop successful consortia. I think one of the big tips I would have when developing projects is that if you do it late, you're really significantly reducing your chances of being successful. So we say 6 months, but the reality is if you can get more time to develop the proposal, you're far more likely to actually be successful. Where we see people getting bad scores, it's when they're rushing and they don't have the time to actually exchange. One of the benefits of the framework programs is the fact that you need to work with other organizations from different member states, and there's different perspectives that come from that. And this is why we are really selling the ecosystem approach, in that we want to see local and regional authorities working with their research partners within the region to make sure that they're sharing information and that things can actually be implemented on the ground. It's just an example of some of the sessions that we put on last year, and you see some pictures here of really how we do it physically in a room where we put people around a table. It's a very simple concept, but it's something that's been refined over a number of years and we find to be very successful. You see in the picture at the top, you have these post-its. This is something we've tried to bring online as well. So it's not just for our members that are based in Brussels, but we're trying to do as much of this online as well. And then maybe bringing people together at a specific point where we see that there's a lot of interest in a particular pool. I think when I started 15 years ago in Brussels, we used to complain that there wasn't enough funding. I certainly personally believe this is not the case anymore. I've been monitoring the funding and tenders portal. There's so many calls. The bigger challenge is navigating those calls and understanding what is fit for you. And we try to support our members in that as well. So sharing the information early, explaining what the Commission is looking for. Another example, it's not around it was around culture and creativity. We had a session, we had 55 participants representing over 35 regional stakeholders. We had 35 project ideas proposed with 9 coordinators. Another big challenge in European projects is identifying good coordinators with experience who are willing to take on the burden. And this is something that we have, I wouldn't say it's a little black book, but it's certainly something that's growing. We're trying to identify as many coordinators that are comfortable with actually managing some of the bigger projects that are coming out of the framework program these days, but also those that are willing to work in particular areas and people we know we can trust to develop projects. I will use that to wrap up. This is just an overview of the team that we have within ERRIN. We're now 15 members of staff. We are there to support our members in developing projects, but also trying to shape the funding programs where possible. And yeah, I think this is a very old picture of me, so I look a little bit different there. But thank you very much for listening, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ryan. while people are formulating their questions, thank you. This is very, very interesting for people who just read randomly calls and having no idea what's behind. So could you shortly explain your own business model? I mean, where does your money come from? ERRIN.
Yeah, it's an excellent question. So we're a non-for-profit. We're set up in Belgium as an association, and our split is around 50-50. So 50% membership fees and 50% European projects. We have a management board, which is the kind of formal side of the association that is represented by 15 of our members. Again, so everything we do is bottom up. And they've taken a quite strong view on the fact that we shouldn't be project driven. So we get involved in projects where we feel it has a strategic importance and it can allow us to provide and shape future policy. But what they don't want is us to just apply for European projects in order to fund staff. So this is a really strong approach that we've taken, and a quite unusual one, I think, as well. So we're always trying to balance in the project applications that we take on, because we can't submit too many projects because we can't grow the team. So this is a little bit of a challenge, but I think it's a good one, and it keeps us grounded, because all of the work that we do should be there to benefit our members, and it shouldn't be there to generate funding.
Yeah, interesting mediator role. Dear audience, now an opportunity, like a question offered that doesn't come. Oh, there, Professor Marko Nieminen, Professor of Computer Science.
Okay, thank you very much, Kalle, and thank you for the very informative presentation of most interesting opportunities that you have to offer. My question is actually continuing the question Kalle pointed out. How much does it cost for someone to participate in your activities, or what does it mean in practice? My scenario would be something that if I have an idea of a let's say research and project that would be of interest for me and some of my colleagues, what would that mean in practice to participate and get additional collaborators through you for our proposal?
Good question. I tried not to focus too much on ERRIN as an organization and talk a little bit more about the policy, but it gives me a good chance to promote us a little bit as well. So we have a membership fee. In our membership, we have two types of membership. One is associate members. Those are people not based in Brussels, and one is full members, and they're Brussels based. The membership fee is around 3,200 euros, which for a network of our size is quite low, and it's quite low for a reason, and that's because if you really want to benefit from the activities that we carry out as a network, you have to be active. So we have a low membership fee with the expectation that our members are active in the network. If you have a project idea, there's two ways to get involved. There's to become a member, and then you have full access to our services. But you can also, if you're willing to coordinate a project, you can also bring that to us, and we will try to support you in finding members from our network that would be willing to work with you on developing that project. The member, as I say, how do you engage with us? Well, if you're a member, you have full access to all of the partner search facilities that we have, and this is a big part of what we're doing, is to help support members get involved in projects. What I didn't mention, which is probably quite important, is that when a region is a member of ours, the paying organization within that region has the right to allow anybody from the region to be involved in our network. Now, we do this because we are a transparent organization and we want to be as open as possible. So if I take the example, Helsinki is a member of ERRIN. Any university or regional authority, local authority from Helsinki is eligible to access ERRIN services, to register on our website, to join our meetings, because the region is a member and the region is therefore able to share that membership with anybody. So we're very open and transparent there.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that is a good starting point, and most probably you have some information also available at the web page so that we can take a closer look at start some of that from there as well.
Yeah, exactly. You have my email address here, so we'll share the presentation as well. You're more than welcome to get in touch with any of me or my colleagues, and we'd be more than happy to also discuss and give a more detailed presentation on the benefits of being a member.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. 300, 500 per year, I suppose. It's not one-time payment.
I missed that, sorry?
3,500 per year, the annual payment.
Yeah, exactly. It's annual and it's pro rata. So if you join halfway through the year, it's half the price. The money is really the least important thing for us. For us, it's really about having active members that want to engage in the network. So the money is, of course, we need it to run the organization, but it's not the driving force behind the membership.
Yes, yes, of course. All right, Raivo, thank you. This was a lot of new things to read and our
Thank you very much. I hope you have a productive afternoon, and it's been a pleasure to speak to you.
Yeah, you too. All right, bye-bye. Now we have live. That was pretty much our online presentation for today, so continuing live. So Claudia Dell'Era. So super grant writer from Aalto.
They're always super about grant writer for sure.
So yeah, there's sort of support activities. Also, TalTech, I think it's a slightly bigger in Aalto, but a lot of people per school supporting the proposal, the writing and the sort of whole process. But yeah, we are eagerly willing to hear details and big picture, whatever you with us.
Maybe I can reconnect with the area. So we have activated Aalto participate to influence policy through area. So maybe we can send more information about Aalto's activity in the area.
If you can stand between these, so because we are recording.
Oh yes.
These things. So.
Yeah, it's disconnected, so this I'm using to change.
Yes, it is. Sorry, I'm trying to get it right.
Yes,
it is. Yeah.
Right. So something about me. So I'm Claudia Dell'Era, and I'm currently the head of the pre-award services at Aalto University. But I'm also a senior grant writer, and I'm supporting the Department of Mechanical Engineering in the School of Engineering. I started in this career in 2011, so I have quite a long experience at the job. But before that, I was a researcher, and I have my background in chemical engineering. So I put here just for you Horizon Europe picture, but I think that most of you are familiar with it. But it's just in case I'm using some acronyms or something that you don't know, so you can check it from this figure. But I was thinking, I was asked to give mainly some kind of ideas and a little bit advice related to the Pillar 2 kind of calls to the collaborative projects. So I'm mainly focusing on that, although of course many of the things I will talk about will be valid for many of the Horizon Europe call. So here I thought to give a bit of overall view of all of the steps involved in making a proposal preparation. And here I can reconnect with the previous speaker that was saying that 1 year, one year and a half is needed to make a good proposal. And definitely if you look at my slide, which I made yesterday before I heard him, definitely we agree that that would be the right amount of time. And that should not make you, stress out, because that doesn't mean an active 1.5 year all the time working with this proposal, but working on it so it doesn't get too stressful. I would say that what we do here at Aalto in general is we try to encourage our applicants to contact us here, like really where they are like having the idea and trying to find the call. But that, of course, not always the case, but we try to have that kind of support in those cases when we are the coordinator, especially. I would say that the important steps here that you do for quite a long time before you actually start writing would be to create the consortium, so have a group of co-partners with which you are addressing a certain call that you have found,
And then that you would form a writing team. And with a writing team, I mean, it's very difficult for one single person, even a professor or postdoc, to drive these. So then you would ideally have a grant writer, a professor, one or two postdocs on site from the coordinator, in addition to actually the partner. That would be really sort of a nice way to operate, because then you can, distribute the work. But at least you should be sort of two people in the really worst cases, where you have the actual scientific PI and the support person, like a grant writer with. Then you start, we usually start the writing process by collecting texts, because ideally the case is that the PI knows most of the things involved in this call, but not everything. And that's why we need support from the partner in the consortium. So we collect parts of the text and we give support in order to get the text in such a shape that we can use them. Then we put them all together. So we are talking about 6 months before the deadline, we're really starting writing. And then we are starting at the same time budget negotiations, so that about a couple of months before the deadline, we have the possibility to complete our consortium. And the consortium completing means we notice that we miss someone in some pieces of the call text. And so we have almost everything ready, and then we add one or two partners towards the end. That's quite common. And then eventually we finalize the proposal and budget about 3 weeks before the deadline, so that we have still time to collect everybody's last minute requests and submit on time. So that's the ideal process, then, and the way in which we try to set it up at Aalto. So if we look more in details at our services, so here we see about the same things, that if you come to us, if you have a coordinated proposal and you come about a year before the deadline, we can offer usually this as full service as we can. But then the closest we get to the deadline, the least we can offer. So maybe we can just check that there are no mistakes in the proposal, help with the budget and those kind of more administrative things. And of course, it depends on the proposal. If you're making your own proposal, like an ERC grant, then we don't need necessarily 1 year in advance. But the more partners you have involved, the more time you need to align everybody and manage the actual submission. So the first thing would be that you would find the right call, and so grant scouting, like we usually call it. And I definitely say that the funding and the opportunity is the most, let's say, complete instrument to find all of the European call. It looks like this, the search engine, probably many of you have used it before, and you can search by keywords or go directly to the documents. And that's what I included here and in the next slides, because personally, I like to look directly at the documents. So the work programs, which are, let's say, these most complete descriptions of all of the call text, because the tricky thing with the keywords is that maybe they are not always so well having what you have in mind, or maybe you have some idea, but then you can find something else. So I find that by opening the work program and looking at the index, it's actually much faster, because you react then to the text title and maybe go and read by clicking on the specific call text what you might be interested or not. But that's also a point of preferences. The work programs for Pillar 2 are organized in destinations. That would be based on what the European Commission wants to achieve. So they are like impact clusters. So that's also another way for you to be able to navigate, let's say, this work program. Like, if you know what is your impact and what is it that you want to achieve, by looking at the destination, you may understand from which work packages, from which work programs you might be able to find your suitable call. So that's also another way, another point of view to scout between or among all of these calls. And then the last bullet refers to what kind of research are you interested in doing? So are you interested in doing a more basic research? Then you should focus only on research and innovation actions. Or are you interested in a more applied, working more with the industry? Then you would look into the innovation action type. Or then are you interested in policy work or other type of activities and networking and so on? And that would be a coordination and support action. So I would say that in a nutshell, these are about the things that you need to know, that there are work programs and there are different type of calls, and based on what is your need and expectation, you can decide if they suit you or not. At Aalto, of course, we help with reading these, and we are happy to explain the call text if you have any questions about it. So this is just a slide for you, so that you would have all of the useful links. Now, the work programs that are currently published are the 23 and 24. The draft of the 25 folder are starting a little bit surfacing, but they are not many of them yet available. But through us, again, you can get access ahead of time of the coming draft of the work program for the next 2 or 3 years, depending on how they will be published. The last bullet is something I want to mention. It connects very well with what the guy from ERRIN was talking about, like what's behind this call. So ERRIN is working a lot with policy and would influences the work program. Of course, we at Aalto do this in a much smaller capacity as a university, but we do some kind of influencing. But if in any way, what we try to look at is that we anyway know what has happened and why that call has been described in such a way in the work program. And if nothing else, the one document that it's definitely recommended to have a look into before starting making a proposal is the Horizon Europe strategic plan, because it's really a sort of a summary of all of the politics that is behind these different topics. And then by looking into that document, and we have the currently existing version, so that it's the until 2024 end of this year, basically valid. And then the new one that we have seen some draft and a lot of material already is available at that link for the new. And you go there and then automatically you get all of the following links and so on, more specific in your exact topic. And this is maybe, I don't know, a few hours of work, but definitely a lot of information if you're going to write a Pillar 2 proposal that can help you understand how to work with the impact part of the proposal, especially. The budget is also something that I was asked to briefly talk about, and understand why, because it's a bit of a headache when we have to make it for proposal. So I made here a sort of rule of thumb slide that maybe can help you if you're approaching these. I would say that your life gets easier if you're coordinating the proposal preparation if you give some kind of a draft of a budget to your partners. And then with the draft of a budget, I'm not saying you need to go and do someone else's account. That would be very difficult, but just at least, you say that this is a more or less the kind of amount of money that you have. Then you can say that we have a certain travel plan. So you need to have at least this much trips calculated, and then they can make their own rates per travel. But you tell them how much they are supposed to travel, and you also point out any eventual other expense, like if they need to organize any event, you need to tell them, and so that you get the most appropriate, let's say, draft for your budget already quite at the beginning. You also need to ask them to tell you what they're budgeting, because as a coordinator, you have the responsibility of writing the proposal, and that would mean having like the descriptive tables afterwards. And here below, I just summarize a few of the kind of guidelines that we use when we make our budgets at Aalto. Like we would try to not have one partner having a larger share of the budget. So these are not written in stones, it's based on our experience. But I think in many cases they work, and that's what we use based on our experience. So the ideal, let's say, process would be that you start by collecting some basic data on the partners, like for instance, are they expensive partners or cheap partners, or how much would be their PM rate? It's something that you can collect to start with. And then you also need to be aware of, in the overall of the budget, do you have demo pilots? Someone needs to do a lot of experimental work. So you need, as the coordinator, to be aware of where these expenses are supposed to be. And that can help you make, let's say, the initial input that you should give to your consortium members. And this is from where we then make this kind of negotiation process, where we first give this draft of the budget, which usually has a sufficiently large margin compared to the maximum available budget, because then we can be kind afterwards and say, yeah, of course, I understand that you couldn't keep it under that sum. And so you add a little bit to everybody's budget and eventually you still fit. So very important to keep this kind of what we call the contingency budget, so a little bit of free money so that you can accommodate some real problem or some kind of difficulties in the negotiation. It usually takes 2 to 3 iterations to get this budget done. So that's why we suggest that about 6 months before. So as soon as you start writing, also in parallel, start discussing the budget. Also, the budget is what gives the most conflicts in the proposal preparation compared to the content of the project. And then finally, you write the proposal. I would say good collaborative shared tools are really fundamental if you want to engage your whole consortium in writing the proposal. We use, something as simple as Microsoft Teams, but it could be something else, whatever that works for you. The only kind of feedback that I can give is that you want something for which the layout of your proposal is maintained, so that you don't need to take out of there and do a second document. So that's something that, and also versioning, like good versioning control, so that you have some kind of a grip of what's going on. The more people touch the document, the more it gets crazy. So in general, a week or 1.5 weeks before the deadline, we take it off the collaborative tool and just finish it up and then send the final version for comment. So we already talked about collecting. We have collection templates, for instance, in our team that we use, but we adapt them also for every specific case. And then also clear instructions that, set deadlines and reminders. That those are very important so that people are aware of the process. And then finally, final round of commenting 3 weeks before the deadline is my suggestion. Here's just the structure of a proposal in a nutshell. And I wanted just to point out maybe something about the impact. I think it's the most difficult part of a proposal to write. And the difference between output, outcomes, and impact, it's something that can feel a little bit unclear sometimes. And I think understandably. So I try to at least give you this slide that you can keep as a reference. But my suggestion would be that you make your objective first. Then each of these objectives has some result. That would be your output. So you have a link between objective and outputs. Once you have the results, then you start thinking, what happens if my friend X would use this result? What change would it make? That would be your outcome. So short-term impact. And then in the long run, if everybody likes your results and it's used widely, what that potentially could mean, and that would be the actual long-term impact, what the Commission usually calls impact. So stepwisely thinking about this step, I think it's what we try to do, and giving some kind of numbers and having some kind of thought behind it's really what makes a concrete and good impact section, as opposed to some kind of generic. And automatically this then links to the communication, dissemination, and exploitation part. So if you keep the results for yourself, nobody is going to use them and you will have no outcomes and no impact. So how do you make sure that they are broadly communicated, specifically disseminated, or used by someone? And this is what's behind the communication, dissemination, and the exploitation. So in Horizon 2020, they had made a genius brochure about explaining the difference of these, and somehow they didn't remake it for Horizon Europe, which to me it's difficult to understand why. So we had that link with someone else who liked that. brochure made, and I think it's going to be available there forever. So I still recommend to read that because the concepts haven't changed. They still are equally important, and they can give you so many examples from that brochure. I think that was all. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. That was very, very practical and strategical in one presentation. Quite a thing. Some of us are youngsters just getting their hunting somewhere, but some of us are very, very keen on this very precise knowledge you shared. Are there any short, rapid, active questions?
So, kind of tell you, what is your workload? How many project applications you have? And
so we have quite many at the same time, but usually our limit is that the same grant writer cannot have two coordinated proposals with the same deadline. So if that happens in one school, we have one not connected resource that we can use as a support and split them, because this is impossible workload if you have more than one with the same deadline. But if they have a couple of months difference, it's possible for us to have two of coordinated. Then we of course help also very much with other proposals, but the workload is so much smaller compared to these that we can fit them in. Also because there is always this kind of working with the PI, and then towards the end, it's more intensive, though it becomes more like sort of close to 100% working with one proposal.
And the
15 we are at the Aalto.
15?
Yes.
For one project?
One person, yes, usually yes. Unless it's a tragic situation and we might need to include someone else, but overall it's one person.
When you apply to rounds, like it's like you have the rounds, or you create a project whenever you want?
No, we always follow the deadlines. So usually, yes, we receive some kind of information from the PI that they find the idea, or then we look at them with the PI.
What is the different day?
Yes, all over the year there are different deadlines for these different instruments, yes. Yes?
I want to ask about this guys.
Yes.
Because sometimes it's very difficult.
Yes.
No. And from the European perspective, I give the project gets fine.
Yes.
And I will really strict that in terms of if you fulfill these numbers or not. And another question in terms of this consortium collaboration, is it really like, from your perspective, your experience, are consortium very collaborative with each other in terms of, is it trying to really keep in the same pace so that everyone provides their input? Because sometimes I have this feeling that partners kind of tend to not follow the internal schedules or kind of delaying the inputs, and then it kind of messes up with all the structure of the proposal. So what's your experience?
Yeah. So for the first question, yes, the European Commission follows the KPIs at the proposed project stage, but the KPI, that's why the KPI need to be substantiated in the proposal, so that you don't invent this number, but you sort of find them from somewhere or calculate it from somewhere, but you can always justify why something doesn't go as planned. So it's not a make it or break deal, but yes, they do follow it. For the consortium collaboration, yes, people are different, and there are good people, bad people, crazy people, busy people in every consortium. So yes, but I would say that a clear message can help. And also, if you notice that you are not getting something from someone, then you agree on a strategy with your PI that how are we doing with this? Is someone else able to write this person's part? Should we drop them from the consortium, or what should we do? And we try to find a situation. My personal experience is that in the majority of cases, if there's a good collaborative atmosphere, if you are able to create it yourself by being active and and keeping meetings. Like the beginning, I would plan meetings for the next 6 months. So then people have it in the calendar. So maybe they don't answer the email, but they're in the meeting, and then I can say, okay, we missed this part from you, and so on. That seems to be a quite good way.
Which is responsible for the project.
So that's at the project stage, yes. But at the proposal stage, no, it's us only, like only scientists and support services. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, thank you, Claudia. And very quick introduction, we have Tärnov here, Head of Innovation in the Finland Center, and also coordinating all of the practical innovation and development regarding our smart city initiatives.
Yeah, good afternoon from my side. So I'm here really to invite all the researchers to join our Smart City program in order really to get their research results into practical use in urban context. So this is the program to really help you to work together with cities from different countries, and as the result, have a product or service or combination of those to get to the real market and really for real cities and citizens to use it. So about the context, then yes, the money comes from the European Regional Fund and the Estonian Ministry of Research and Education for that. And it's meant also to build the sustainability of the center in long term. That's kind of the background. So we are not just mediating the money to somewhere, but we hope to earn back from these activities to kind of stay and live forever happy, yeah? As it's said with the princesses. So, and the money for that is 14 million that we have, and we hope to have 13 new smart city solutions on the market through that, where then the teams of cities and the researchers work together, also sometimes companies. 6 of those solutions are already developed, and I will shortly tell about this, and we hope to develop 6 to 7 more. So what we have by now, we started the first pilot in 21, and there's a couple of more in 22. So in total, we have done 6 together with, these are done together with Estonian cities. So the Digi Audit is the solution that's now licensed to one company, and the first sales are made, and the further contracts are already signed. So we hope to earn more next year, but the first initial income is on our let's say payroll, and we also are offering this as a service to another company. So there are 2 real contracts made, and the first sales meeting with the other company will be in the end of January. So there is a potential client. So this is the first pilot that has really is bringing money on board. And this is the tool that really helps the real estate owners to maximize the energy efficiency and internal climate. So renovation strategy tool is mostly a software that helps the local authorities to make plans for whole districts up to 50 buildings with 30 seconds. And they can give advice to the real estate owners how to renovate their buildings in the best ways. So it runs through 12,000 different renovation ways. I don't know, solar panels, exchanging windows, walls, and so forth. So it's kind of a powerful tool that's for use. The tool is ready, so Finnish Center is offering it to further cities, and we have cities interested, so we hope to get the first deals also in this year. Also, they have developed this tool for private individual users, meaning like the house owners one by one can also use this tool, but at the moment we are looking for a strategic partner who could do this large scale sales process and offer it to the individual providers. So with microgrids and green twins, there is in both cases, there is a new company in establishment, and we are creating joint companies with those teams. So, and Green Twins is quite Finnish-based, meaning like most of the researchers and also the business side is there in Finland. And microgrids really grow out of TalTech team. So there are 3 people from TalTech that are starting this company now, and then TalTech and Finnish Center will stay as a shareholder in both these cases. Further developments are going on at the moment, but the companies will be established this year. Green Twins is dealing with the urban greenery, so they have built the 3D library of trees, bushes, and so forth. At the moment, they are also adding artificial intelligence to that in order to get it quicker, because in the first ways it was done quite manually. And they are also then building this portal, or however we call it, the user interface for the city planners to really use those 3D parts in their city planning. And then autonomous vehicle safety toolkit and urban well-being diagnostics are the 2 services that are ready and were tested in the pilots. And Finnish Center is now offering these to the cities and other interested parties. So we have Anneli here, who's also kind of responsible now to help us in the sales. So we hope to have the first customers also this year. And about the autonomous vehicles, you heard from Raivo, and Ivo will tell something probably about well-being as well. But yeah, this is an interesting tool, how you can measure how the people really feel themselves in city environments, so their stress level. So it's not just the opinion, how do you feel, or do you like it, or do you not, but they really physically measure the body reactions to certain locations inside city. So really, we always start with cities. We work with many cities, and in all rounds, the cities first tell what are the issues they really need to solve. Then the researchers should look what they have, what they know, and what are their capabilities, and what they have already developed. Is there a match? So can I, with my skills and with my research results, help some of the urban challenges to get solved? And then, as I said, the result should be a product or service that we then get to the market, and we have more and more cities to use, but we can also earn some income. So we don't give it away for free, but we still have someone who is ready to pay. It's not a must that it is a city. It can be a private real estate developer and so forth. So depending on the cases. But of course, for the impact side, we want to have happy citizens and also long living inside the cities, so also as a small impact to the environment as possible. So yes, the one condition now that we have that in each pilot there is minimum 1 Estonian city and 1 city from whatever country. It doesn't need to be EU country. Of course, it's kind of easy. It's closer. The traveling money is smaller, and maybe we are more similar. But it can be, I don't know, African country, Asian country, US city or something like that. That's very fine. But why do we need also 1 city from outside is that we really want that the team from day one thinks internationally. Because in first round, it still happened quite a lot that the teams only thought about Estonia. So for example, we have the ETS road. So it's very nicely and applicable in Estonia, but to go to other countries is very difficult because the conditions are so different. That's the reason we want at least 1 foreign city also to be part. And definitely for cities, why they want to be, of course, it's kind of free. They get the tailor-made things for their cities and they don't need to pay anything for that. They can be the first ones. Of course, it takes more effort from them, but at least they get, they don't need all the tendering procedures and so forth to buy it, but can really give their real needs. And together with the researchers, then get it done. These KPIs usually is asked in projects and also in our case. Yes, we definitely want these new solutions to be as many cities as possible. We want either new companies or new services for us, or then licensing agreement to the existing companies. However, but we don't want these to stay pilots and then just put them into a drawer, but really to get into practical use. Of course, the wider impact and the Estonian government, as this is also quite Estonian money, so they want to see that it's not interesting only for one city, but really we want it to spread all over Estonia for much use. But research-wise, of course, we are always happy about Q1 and Q2 articles and so forth, and media coverage about the things we do. And of course, we are happy to have new researchers in our team. The financing conditions are so that, yes, TalTech researchers are there anyway, but we cannot have any juridical partners, meaning other universities. So we are very happy to hire all the universities, all the researchers part-time into the Finnish Center to do the projects, but we cannot have all the university as a juridical partner. That's unfortunately condition. In the first round, it has worked nicely, and so I hope in the second round it does the same, and so you're very welcome. What it also helps really to have those research from different universities then start the collaboration using this funding scheme, and during the project you can already do follow-up horizon proposals, for example, where both the universities can be also juridically different partners, if you see so. So usually the project setup should be such. We have 2-year and 3-year projects. So the first phase is then that these people from different universities and different institutes come together and with the cities, and they really, try to find, what's really the solution. They wrote the proposal, they have the inputs, but it still takes time to kind of prepare the pilot. Then the most important phase, and that is the piloting, the central phase with these 2 cities. There can be more, where you really carry out the pilots, analyze the result, adapt to the solution, what worked, what didn't, and also validated more cities, like, is there really interest? Can I sell it? How could I sell it? So the initial business plan. And then the last phase is really to get it ready for the market and think like, will we do a new company? Would we have strategic partners? Can we license it to somewhere? How to really make it real. About the sizes, yes, then we have 3 years and 2 years pilots. The budget's then 1.2, 860K about for doing this. And the financing is 100% of the eligible cost. Most of the costs are eligible. And nowadays it's a horizon scheme, meaning like there is 25% overhead on all the costs except subcontracting. So there is still kind of some of freedom there. Also the cities nowadays cannot be like juridical partners, but we will either hire or purchase experts from the cities and we can cover their traveling costs. So it's still kind of zero budget for them, but we just cover the costs. So I said, we do the pilots. Then we contribute as well as we can that they become really commercially successful. And so we hope to earn money back from this investment and then continue doing new pilots from that money. That's the sustainability we want to have. Of course, when we, let's say in 27, 28, probably we haven't earned back as much as that so that we can finance totally the new pilots. So we will also negotiate with the Estonian state to still invest some more money into us initially. But in long term, we hope to earn back as much so we can continue with new pilots together with researchers. So also, what else can the researchers get from the pilots is definitely on top of, for example, access to the cities. This is really this, let's say, the data for your long-term research. So working practically through this, through these cases and gathering the data, so you can build on that in your long-term work for your research. And in several cases, the kind of spillover interesting has been that in all those pilots, the researchers from different institutes had worked together. It has been challenging in the beginning because the kind of languages, the terminology, the understanding of things has been different. But thanks to that, they have had many new ideas of what to do jointly and really kind of mind-opening thing. I have interesting researchers also in the neighboring institute, not only my usual colleagues that I've worked with. Cities, I'm not phoning on that. So we had round 3, it's still going on. We had 42 cities from 11 countries sending us the challenges and voting for these. And then by the end of November, we got 30 initial solution ideas that were then presented to the cities. And now the teams of cities and researchers are preparing the initial proposals. Initial proposal is 6 pages maximum by the end of February. And then we will choose maximum 10 that get to the finals, whom we give the small financing and also help them to then make the full proposals, and 4 of those will be financed. But yeah, we start round 4, so who is still not yet involved, you're very welcome. So we will start again with city challenges, but probably we will also arrange an information session end of April. But again, the cities have to send their challenges by mid-May. And then we will have on May 29 is the first opportunity for researchers to come and listen. What are the challenges that the cities are proposing? So you can get already the insights and can already talk with the cities to find out if your kind of initial ideas that you have, for example, can match with the needs with the cities. Then the cities vote until June 18. So we see if there are minimum 1 city from Estonia and 1 from another country interested in challenges, and then the ones that stay. And then usually researchers don't have any vacations in the summertime, so they can nicely think about solution ideas. So by September 16, we hope to get the initial solution ideas on maximum 3 pages. And then these are presented in September 25 to the cities already. And then the cities can vote which ones they'd like to join and which ones they don't like so much. And yeah, from there on we proceed. So by Christmas 24, we should know who are these 10 max 10 finalists from this round, and they can start their validation time. What we evaluate in the first phase is really, we as the center want to think and evaluate if we believe that there could be a scalable product. And also, for example, if there are good researchers that we are happy to have in our team, some additional forces, for example. And the public sector will evaluate if this is something very niche, maybe only needed those 2 cities, or if they see that there is bigger potential and it's really important for most of the cities or many cities in Estonia, for example. And then, yes, in this phase, then January, April is the validation time when the teams can then write the full proposal and talk with more cities and to think more about the business plan, what it could be. And then by April 30, they send us the full proposals. And then as this round 3, the pilots start on November 1 this year, then these ones will start from September 1, 25. And yes, what we are finally evaluating is the business potential, wider impact, was the research potential and competence, and of course, yeah, how is this project contributing, hopefully, to the sustainability of the center. And yes, what's kind of difference with the Horizon project that you just heard? Then really one is the scalability, that we really want these to become products and we want to earn back from that. Then we will also have 1 person definitely from the center in each of the pilots to help to manage it and to really work for this sustainability issue. Also, the IP created during the project belongs to the center, but we are also very happy to share the profits if they come in long term with the team that's contributing to it. Usually it's 50-50, depending on a little bit on the cases. And as it's European Regional Development Fund money, means quite some bureaucracy also to the people involved, but usually it's the project team and we have a bookkeeping team taking care, but yeah, we need all the documents, ferry tickets and so forth. So interesting bureaucracy coming with that. But yeah, for you, if you haven't been involved and would like to be involved, then yes, In May, you will see the new round challenges at our homepage. So take a look, and May 29, join the workshop, and then you can already face-to-face or then virtually hear more from the cities about those challenges and can see if your skills and competencies would match with that. And then, yeah, by September 16, we are looking for 3 pages about your solution ideas, what it could be already for that. Any questions? Yeah.
So currently, there's ongoing the third process, and you and the structure of those rounds are more or less similar. Let's suppose that you select from those ideas 10 round, and there is some city challenge which will not be selected at all in this program. Is it okay and allowed to propose similar challenges to the fourth? Or this is like...
Yes, the cities can propose the same challenge if they wish to. But we already have quite a longer list of cities, so we hope to have new ones as well. Yeah, they can, but of course they cannot. It's not a must for them, And provided that, as we said, we get 10 to up to 10 to the finals now. The new round already starts. So there will be in September, we decide which 4 we will finance. So 6 are not financed. So we still allow those 6 to come on board for the 4th round if they don't get so critical feedback that it doesn't make sense. So this is possible. Of course, it doesn't guarantee them any privileges, but they are not totally out, let's say.
I think researchers propose the solution, but they don't find partner city for the 3rd round. The challenge is the same on the 4th round, and they try again the same solution idea and find partners.
Provided that the same challenge is proposed for round 4. But I guess if there weren't interested cities in round 3, I'm not sure they will come on round 4, or it doesn't make sense for the cities to propose it again if it wasn't popular. But we're not prohibiting that.
You've been presenting and you've been talking about what has been presented and made to come on board with similar ideas and so forth. But to ask the question kind of the other way around, is there something that you wish would have been proposed and you still welcome such ideas? You know, something you kind of looking basically in a perfect world where you could invite anybody from anywhere in the world to meet, what would you like that person or team to be?
These challenges that we had in round 3, I guess we had 20 challenges, and I think 18 or 17 of those got proposed. So 3 of them didn't. So definitely we would have to get something from all the things. And at the same time, I guess we had 2 challenges where we got 5 different solution proposals. I know quite some are already merging, and some where we got only 1. So we would have been interested to get a little bit more, maybe interesting and ideas that we got, but
So the idea is that basically you don't want the 21st idea. You stick to the 20 you have.
Meaning these were not ideas, these were the challenges.
Okay,
Meaning like, you cannot propose, if there is not urban challenge proposed, then you cannot propose, make a solution.
Like question.
But we are happy to have more solution ideas per challenge.
Continuing on the same question, is it possible that the deadline is February 29th for the initial proposals now, that either the team or someone mentoring the project sees that there is some specialist expert missing in the team that could be recommended or needed to
Yeah, so we are not welcoming for the round 3 the new ideas anymore, but definitely the team members. I think quite some teams are still looking for someone to come on board. So if you read at our homepage the initial solution ideas that are there available in a short form though, but if you see that, okay, that's interesting, I would be really interested to contribute, then feel free to really contact the idea authors, and it may happen that they still need some additional forces. And even if they send us the proposals for February 29, it still may mean that they are still looking for some additional team members sometime before that, because it starts fully on November 1. So by February 29, they don't need 100% full team yet. Okay, thank you. And yeah.
Thank you, Külle. So now we have a coffee break. Please stretch and have a cup of coffee and tea, and then 3:15-ish, yeah, 3:15. We continue with a more hopefully collaborative session. We have proposed submitted some ideas that you can share.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
So first half of the presentations are pitching about simply sort of content as an example. I've been doing this for your information, to see what's happening in the Finnish Center and the Finnish community around the Finnish Center, so to speak. And the last half of presentations are more communicative in the sense that I'm doing this, I'm preparing this, but please, I need help. I need collaboration. Sort of, and that's why we have these tables there that in the end, this session willing person can sit there and discuss topics and discuss wherever you want. But this is the idea. So we have this science part, then we have this funding part, the presentations, and now this is about collaboration, what's happening in the center and in the Finnish community. As you can hear, I'm desperately trying to keep up the idea of Finnish community around the center. So people who got some funding from Finnish project, probably not anymore having the funding, but still hopefully willing to be with us. That's the mission possible when trying to proceed. So that's the idea pretty much. And the presentations will be recorded through Zoom, so they will be available in the center's YouTube channel. Not today, then.
We will send some link after the presentation and hopefully recording if the voice is staying good enough. Probably in the beginning of next week.
Yeah. So actually, I think we should use the microphone for the questions, the audience questions, because otherwise it's not sort of Zoom doesn't hear us well. Of course, well, actually the microphone is in the laptop, so if you are near, your voice will be heard anyway. All right. Yeah, really promise that I can moderate this session. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, so we have a bit younger presenters, quite experienced still, so
Even younger.
yeah, no mercy needed, actually. So you have 10 minutes, no more, no less, including discussions. If you don't want to have any questions, you're free to use the whole 10 minutes. But if you want to save some for questions, feel free. So it's up to you. So we have Dmitrii Ingi as the first one dealing with GIS and other difficult things. So take the floor.
Yeah, so hi everyone, hope you recharge your batteries after the coffee break. So my name is Dmitrii, and I'm going to present the topic that's called GIS and PPGIS approaches to urban lighting research. And basically I'm going to break the rules a bit just because I'm going to introduce you to my topic, my doctoral thesis. somewhere in the middle now, but still. But also I will leave some room for collaborations, like the places which is collaborations are needed and can happen.
Okay. Okay.
So well, first, urban lighting design and research is such a realm where different people like scientists, researchers, engineers, designer, architects, trying to design a better living environment, especially after dark. So making our cities more efficient, like positively impact the ecology, economy, well-being, health of citizens, tourist attractions, and so on. And basically, there were many different approaches, and they still here how we can study the lighting environment and lighting. But basically, I come up with such kind of a novel approach for lighting field. It's not novel for urban studies, but it's called PPGIS, which is short for Public Participation Geographic Information System. So the concept may sound complicated, but probably many of you already know what it is, but it's kind of data we work with comes from a very specific type of survey, which has two components. So the first one is traditional survey component, like different theme-specific questions, general questions about the age and so on, like background. But the novelty comes from another mapping component where people are able to represent their values, opinions, moods, experiences, especially using the map. So this is like PPGIS layer, so the subjective layer of data, which is geographically located. But also lighting can be displayed in a way of GIS data, more objective data in different formats and data types, like a vector data type. Here's the example, for example, a lighting map, where we know the location of different lighting poles within the area. Also in the raster data, like the fields, for example, light pollution map is a good example of the raster data. And also we are not limited to the nighttime, sometimes daytime, also important and valuable for lighting designers, like this shade map, which is also can be located and displayed geographically. So, and basically the simple idea behind my PhD, that I'm trying to find the correlation between the PPGIS on the top, like human behavior and experiences, and physical environment. In my case, this is lighting environment, like through applying different special approaches and special analysis. So my kind of questions, which I'm trying to research question, which I'm trying to answer is how to transfer best practices of PPGIS to lighting research field, and basically to lighting research field just because of the approach is not such in use in urban studies. And here in Aalto we have a research group led by Professor Marketa Külle, who are doing quite a lot of good research, and if you're interested, research it. And another question which come up is how to digitalize lighting environment, just because of here we have a big gap of lacking of data which we can use for the analysis. So within the Finnish twins, we did a small scale study where we tried to do this, to find the correlation and study the feeling of safety, which is quite a common topic for lighting, and there's a lot of studies which found some correlation between feeling of safety and after dark urban environment. So we just try to approach it using the PPGIS. So we developed the survey where we asked the people to map the places they feel safe or unsafe is in the campus, Aalto campus area. And then they had the chance to give some additional data, like opinions or additional comments about lighting, or to somehow assess their perceptions of lighting there. So basically, I'm not going to do a lot of, results, going a lot of in-depth, but still we found a strong positive correlation between perceived brightness and perceived overall lighting quality and perceived feeling of safety. That means that people perceive brighter spaces as safer places, but as a lighting designer, I have a lighting designer background, this is not always the truth. I mean, the brighter spaces not always better places, but they are more harmful for the environment, let's say, or for the money. and let's say the positive, we also received the positive feedback on the regarding the use of the method for participants. That was quite a small scale study. We had around 150 participants, but for example, when we collaborating with citizens, can be much better results, much better samples. And basically here, this kind of the small announcement for collaboration or call for collaborations. Basically, I'm still have these 2 years of PhD, and I'm still trying to address these two questions. Like first one, how to transfer best practices of PPGIS to lighting research field. We have a lot of urban experiences like restorativeness, aesthetics, tourist attractions, or mobility. Like for example, we can compare mobility of people during daytime and nighttime, how it changes due to lighting or due to other factors. And another thing is how to digitalize lighting environment. Just because of in our case, we use the data like AutoCAD drawings. We asked from the city of Espoo. Also, we did some visual investigation, but it was all quite kind of complicated and also time-consuming. For example, when you go into some site measurements or some site explorations, it's possible to do it for a small neighborhood, but it's quite challenging to do for the city scale. So further research studies and projects on digital twins. Digital twins is also interesting topic just because as far as I informed, there is no nighttime digital twins exist. Just because of, again, the lack of data. Of course, you can do some synthetic data, but that's not the thing. I mean, first of all, just because of the urban lighting layers. So we don't have just a functional lighting, which is like street lighting, but we have a architecture and landscape lighting, we have a creative lighting layer, we have a temporary lighting solutions like a lighting festivals, for example, or holiday and seasonal lighting for Christmas. And so it's quite a complicated and dynamic thing. So also now in our research group, we do some aerial, like drone imaging, and then we're trying to do some computer vision analysis of this data, how it can be utilized for producing the GIS layers of lighting, how we can measure it in that case to cover bigger areas in faster time. And the last, the satellite image is also in use. So basically, this is another thing which can be interesting for me to collaborative purposes. Yeah, the lighting, also some visual guidance, color flashlights and so on, but it's less controllable, of course. Yeah, that's pretty much it from my side. That's my email. We can discuss it after the session, or I still have 2 minutes to talk. Yep, thank you.
I will now try to talk with a high voice, right? Maybe too low last time. There's one thing that listening to, I think it's highly interesting, but what I would like you to do in your next presentation, to at least a couple of words, is to what extent do we know about lighting in general, you know, in like interior, exterior architecture, urban planning or something. But now it seems to me that you're generating a lot of data, big data, and rather to have something to apply as directly as possible or to contribute to research. And you can basically, one easy way out for you to say is that nobody knows nothing about it. And then the audience takes your word for it, process it. And the other possibility is that you tell a little bit to the audience. Very interesting project.
Yeah. So the timing here was like 5 to 10 minutes. So it's quite, I even put the first slide about the lighting, what it is, and it's quite a well-studied topic. I mean, this is not a few geeks like doing this. This is like a big community working on this topic. And there is like a lot of kind of talking about aesthetics. This is the one topic which is mostly qualitative research for architects, feeling of safety or another, or it can be more objective. Like, for example, the amount of talking about just amount of falls or car accidents, for example. Yeah. That can be how the lighting environment can impact the car accidents in the cities. Like, should it be brighter, or what kind of a spectrum do we need to have? The spectrum, like color of light. Should it be like warm white or white, or so there is quite well studied topic. So just because of the time limit, out of that thing.
Yeah, so we cleverly started a bit early, so we have actually a few minutes.
Yeah, okay. The first thing, I guess you have already met Argoros.
We even collaborated a bit. Sure.
Well, there is one on the topic. The other is, yes, with Ivo Fridolin and so forth, the TNT, like, I don't know, does it make sense also to measure the physical stress level of people in these different life conditions and on top of what they say? Because in this research, it came out what people say and what they really feel maybe quite different.
Yeah.
That's one thing, yeah. But the question, I guess you already a little bit answered, like, okay, what could the practical use cases be out of your research? What can we do in the city environment based on research?
Yeah. So firstly, I was thinking about the collaboration just because of, for example, this health aspects can be also geographically mapped. I mean, in a way where it was measured, and then it can be work out somehow. Argoros, and they also have a collaboration, and they did this kind of a Tallinn light pollution seminar. They organized it, and I was one of the presenters there. But talking about yeah, I'm aiming to get some new research findings. I mean, just because, for example, in that case, I showed some highlights in a way how, for example, that people perceive brighter spaces as safer places. This is like a finding or not, or like there were a lot of them which were more specific in a way, but probably the main thing for my research as a PhD researcher is to find new knowledge.
Because I think there is quite a dilemma. Yes, the brightest place see more space, but at the same time, there are people living around whom this is like pollution and maybe they sleep. And so, find the right balance in real life.
But luckily, I'm not only the one researcher.
Yeah, so Dmitrii is working in Pramod Buzal's team in Aalto, and that's part of built environment theme. We want to keep up this sort of artificial administrative, in a way, block in the broad finance world. You can continue in the general discussions and to keep up. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you,
Dmitrii. And so the next one is Yuchen Ju from Smart Energy team. So your Professor Risto Kosonen down there next to the fireplace is the sort of foreman of this presentation. So I understand this is not precisely your own topic, but you're presenting it anyway. So feel free to use your 10 minutes as you wish.
So hello everyone, I'm Yuchen Ju from Aalto University. I'm a doctoral candidate from Risto Kosonen's group for energy technology. And today for this presentation, I'm going to have a short introduction for the research we have done recently. So the topic is about demand response in district heating buildings. So we can see here that district heat is still the common source for the main source for space heating in Finland, and it has been shown in this figure on the right side. It accounted for 40% of the market share of space heating in the year of 2020 for residential, commercial, and public buildings. So it represents that it still has the potential for decarbonization. So that has the challenges that to integrate more renewable energies in the system and decrease CO2 emissions. One thing is that because of the increasing of the share of more renewable energies, there will be unstable for the generation of the production side. Another challenge is that there are for the buildings, there are the peaks, and it will also have the effects of the efficiency of the production of operation. So for these challenges in our study, we consider to use two approach for that. The first one is the demand response control. It's a method that can adjust the building's demand to following the generation patterns. Another thing is that we utilize the storage tank to cut the peak of the building. So this is one paper has been published, and it analyzed the benefits of consumption costs and peak power costs in the ASPO office building. And the strategies in this analysis has been developed by demand response control strategies for controlling the thermal mass, and also a storage tank was installed in the substation in the district heating network. Consider using the conventional high temperature for the supply. And also in this study, we used the rule-based demand response control, which means that it considered the dynamic district heat price changes. So, and also we combine the peak power limiting together with the demand response control strategies. So the main results here can be shown that for the demand response control for the space heating and the storage tank, they can also have the benefits to cut the district heat energy cost maximally to 10%. And also for the peak power limiting utilized by the storage tank, it can cut the maximum heating power for 40%, which means that for the power fee paid by the heating owners will also be decreased about 40%. And also, if we combine these two strategies together, it will have a total cost savings of about 20%, which is the sum of the cost of the district heat energy and also the power fee. So the conclusion is that for the demand response control utilized by the short-term storage, thermal mass or the storage tank can have the benefits for cutting the district heat energy cost. And also this installation of this tank in the substation have the potential for peak power limiting for district heated buildings. But the savings can be varied because this example building chosen for office building in ASPO, so the cost may vary based on different building types, the price variations, and also some capacities have been used for the storage. So that's what I would like to share for this presentation, and now it's open for questions.
Yeah, that was great model timing. Thank you.
Okay.
Does this your model and efficiency prognosis depend on also total power you apply? So the size of the district or demand about heating power.
Actually, we only test for office building. So the dimensioning power is the maximum heating power of that office building that we used, because this tank is usually used to store the heat to supply that building. So, but for this dynamic district heat price, it was calculated based on then considering actual asphalt production. And the details can be seen in that paper, and it was done by also another co-author in that paper published.
So actually, effectively, we're going to upscale for those systems.
It can be upscaled, of course, but for each building, it needs to have a single tank stored in installed in the substation to supply heat to each one. So it's the decentralized control.
All right. Come up with energy. Yeah, you studied recently. Sort of published.
My question relates to the use of the storage tank.
Yeah.
That, has it been studied in such a way that it's completely automatic? It storages the so to say excess heat time when it's not needed, and then it releases when let's say, for example, need is higher, or is it something that the users of the office building need to somehow anticipate? How we need to do something, store the energy. We need to do something to get the heat from that. that does it have an impact on the actions and activities, behavior of the people in the group?
I mean, this demand response control, the incentive is the change of the dynamic price. So we consider the price variation to store more heat during the low price period and use that during the high price period. I mean, users can also take part in that because they can see the variation of the price and to decide if we need to store or not store the heat during that time. That's one option. But for this study we have done, it's totally automatic because we made the decision that if now it's the red period, that the price is low enough for charging. Yeah.
Okay, so then another question about the capacity. So that is the capacity such that the storage tank can be used to store all the heating energy or heating the building for one day, or is that a
No, it's possible because you know the office building is over 30,000 meters square. It's quite big, but the tank is only 5 cubic meter size.
Oh, okay.
So it's just a storage tank to store a couple of hours of usage of the excess heat to usage. Yeah, and because when we develop that kind of strategy and could determine the period to charge or discharging, for each period is just only a couple of hours. So that type of size is suitable.
Okay, so it's basically just for the peak.
Yeah, not peak, just for the storage couple of hours of that type span of heat to use. Yeah. Not for, but it's available for cutting the peak to cover that kind of short-term energy. Yeah.
Okay. So in a sense, there can be also some studies of the users of people in the office building, how they would like to adjust.
Yeah, I think it's possible. Yeah. Yeah, because it's totally based on the price trends, and it's possible for users to control by themselves to if they want to store more based on the variation. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your questions.
Yeah, thank you. So we have very versatile palette of topics in Finnish Center and the Finnish community. So we have the next one dealing with governance and public value. So Sara, Thabit, Gonzalez.
Yeah. Thanks. I would like to present a paper that I'm currently writing and hopefully finishing soon, but you never know when you finish a paper. So it's, the topic of my PhD is on collaboration among different actors and the creation of public value. And for this paper, I wanted to understand better what is behind the digital twin. And actually what is behind collaboration and the digital twin is the infrastructure for data sharing, which in a city is usually or can be an urban data platform. So I took Hamburg as my case study because in many European cities, the architecture of these data platforms or the municipal data organization and structures are usually centralized. So the way that they have done historically to overcome data silos vertically among different departments was to build a central repository where all the data is stored and then the different actors can access it. However, the European Union and other actors have been advocated for federated data structures where the different actors in a data ecosystem can have control over their data and can have decision-making over their data, and it's not needed any longer to have a single data infrastructure or repository. But through different APIs, the different actors can combine, can share data access one to the other. So I thought, okay, this is very interesting. Let's study how it works in practice. So what is inside an urban data platform? There is public data, and usually it is connected to an open platform, an open online portal and things like that. and there's restricted access of public sector data that is used internally in the public sector for different functions. And on top of this data platform, the different applications for a digital twin can be developed. So for example, as Professor Batty was explaining in the morning, any modeling of the transport for efficiency would gather data from this urban data platform or connect it through an API and develop their models. So what I discovered in the journey is that this, on the low side of this diagram, there are the different departments in the city, and on the upper side are the external actors. So first of all, companies, startups, and citizens, researchers, or nonprofits are actually have high difficulties in accessing any non-public data. So what happens is that mainly all this collaboration happens inside the city, so across the different public departments. And I went a bit further to understand how this data ecosystem structure, or federated data ecosystem structure, impacts public values and what is the governance structure behind it. So I did an assessment based on a list of different public values, which are democratic values, legitimacy, and substantive. And you can read here what these categories mean. And what were the key decisions to govern the data? For example, what are the privacy and security statements, transparency laws, the data sharing agreements, any sovereignty clauses, etc. The technology governance or the technology decisions. For example, in the case of Hamburg, they have decided to go for open source, right? And this technology decision has an impact on public values, and because yes, it's more open. For example, it improves collaboration with other cities. You can exchange the softwares that your city is developing, but at the same time, it has very high, it implies high difficulties to integrate data from external private sector actors that have their sensors in the city that are not open or open source at all. So all these different decisions have different impacts on public values. My key takeaways from the paper is, what is needed for decentralized governance of data ecosystems? What is the role? Is it needed an orchestrator, and what is its role? Is it needed any specific capacity? Because also not all cities can undertake this. It's needed a lot of internal capacity. Then how do the different agencies need to perceive themselves? They need to perceive themselves as active contributors, otherwise they cannot, the machine is not functioning anymore. And thirdly, what are the drawbacks and benefits of digital sovereignty? And with digital sovereignty, I mean data sovereignty of a city and technology sovereignty as well, in terms of software dependency and data limitations to others. So the next steps, apart of finishing the paper, of course, it's to continue working on cross-sector data sharing. What are the governance and practices in other cases and scenarios for this data sharing, but beyond just the public sector departments? Because what research tells us so far is that is very, very little data sharing across sectors, so from public to private and the way around. Then this investigating a little bit more in depth what are the impacts of the new players that have been defined in the recent regulation of European Commission on data intermediaries and data altruism organizations. And in maybe more general terms, what is the public values co-creation and opportunities in the smart cities and community data space. There is a lot of wording and terms here, and I can see I thought I was going to speak less than 5 minutes, but it was not true. So,
3 minutes. So it sounds like time for questions or comments. How should the paper be finalized?
there. So it's just a very, very interesting paper, at least for me, because I've been working for the Commission on a project on AI on demand program, the AI on demand platform, and this is very much in line with your thinking with that. So I've been in contact because I've been working on very similar stuff. Also, to others, this is good stuff. R&I people working.
I have one quick question related to this research. I'm very curious because you mentioned a couple times about centralized data into a platform, but then also there's a thing as well like decentralized data. So I wonder if you also do a study like during the transition, because usually like sometimes it happens that they already have decentralized data and then they like following the current regulation or whatever. They also want to apply centralized data and vice versa, and it also involves like a lot of mess up in at the moment. So I wonder if you also include that into the factor.
Actually, this is a super good question because it took me quite a little bit of time to define this as a federated data ecosystem or decentralized data ecosystem, because it's also a little bit hybrid. It's not pure. And the different agencies, for example, I don't know, the transport agency, they can choose between giving their data away to the central repository because there is an entity in charge of the data platform. They can decide to just share the data and it will be gathered in a kind of central repository, or they can decide to just give access through an API to their own repository. So actually the agencies can choose. It's hybrid. So it's, I think maybe this is a transition from central to more decentral.
For comments and questions also. Go from governance to mobility, and this time it's not automated vehicles or traffic systems or synthetic data, but very living data, sort of anthropological approach of human feelings and experiences and sort of social, what can we say, social patterns dealing with mobility and digitalization. So Pauline Baudens, Happiness Center also. Okay, there you can see the title. Please take the floor.
All right, so I'm a PhD student. I'm going to, so overall, I'm studying actually how digitalization transforms the day-to-day life and mobility of women. And I thought that it's also interesting to look at the queer community to compare and see also what are the patterns of mobility for the queer community and how they're impacted positively or negatively by the digitalization. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. So overall, so it's a very new study that I'm running. It's very bright new. So I mostly did the literature review, and overall, what I could see and then select. So how to say, there is a growing literature on this topic, and actually it's also, it gets more public attention all over the world. Also because so far I was looking at India, it's also the case here in India, there is a growing public attention. And I selected the term queer over LGBT, or there are many appellations and way to say, but I chose queer because over the literature I could find out that it's actually an umbrella term, which more or less mean that it's everything which is not about heteronormativity. So that was, so it's all those community, although I might restricted to transgender, but it's something I'm still thinking through my study. And overall this community, queer community, they suffer of social stigmatization in the street when they go in public spaces. People look at them in the metro or wherever and feel just uncomfortable. And they also suffer of lots of violence. also harassment. And actually, you never know also if it's really because of their look, or it can also be actually with the race or caste or other things. And actually, they suffer also of different exclusion, which come from also sometimes education, or also it's harder to find a job, proper job, and things like that. So it's a vulnerable community. And indeed, they often have less financial means, which also mean that the way they move is totally different. They might tend to take more public transport, but at the same time, it's a public space. So then they're in kind of danger. And something that I can see in the literature, there is a real fear of public spaces for this community. And actually, I mean, I don't see so often transgender, for example, queer in general, yes, but not transgender in the streets. And so the community which suffer lots of isolations, they don't dare to go out, and they are very limited in terms of mobility. So they kind of negotiate those public spaces, and I guess it's an assumption that then they develop strategies to go through those mobilities and try to go through those vulnerabilities, but which limit them. And what I could find is, okay, through this digitalization, today we have social media and all those apps, and for them it's a great place which create anonymity, so they can be more or less what they are, and at least be the person they want to be. And it creates, so this is actually in Pune, so through Instagram they set up a community, and it's growing, and it's a place of exchange, and they create lots of events, which mean that more and more there are social spaces around the city every day, and it creates new sociability spaces for this community. And at the same time, there are some negative points still on this digitalization, that actually first you need to access this digitalization, and it's not the case of people who are very poor, who might not have access to internet, for example. There are also big problem with cyberbullying all over internet, and in some paper I could find this quite interesting statement: who has internet empowered? And it's not necessarily, so partially the queer community, and at the same time, it's not so safe. Anyway, it's always mitigated. And over this, so digitalization, it creates new social spaces. And what I would like to look at, but it's still to be defined, is how the mobility of this, the queer community evolved through those new social spaces which are created through these communities growing in the digitalization. So through looking at all these events and see those people are actually moving to this event and how they are doing it. And if they employ different mobility strategies to kind of try to face those fear of public spaces, and also trying to understand, what is the role of digitalization in that, if they are maybe using more sharing taxis or things like that to avoid public spaces. And I chose the Indian cases because India has a very interesting history related to trans community and all. So to give you an example, in Hinduism, there are several gods which are actually transgender, or who change sex, or who are lesbian, for example. You have different possibilities, at least inside this country. And also Asia is very kind of open in its history for this queer community. And although there is still to go, and there is, it's a country where you see a growing acceptation, and also, as I was saying before, growing literature. And what to say more is, I would like to run, so far it's not so fine defined, but so far I would like to run a qualitative method, very traditional one, where I would interview the experts, and at the same time, a large part of or small part of the community in two places, in Pune and in Sonipat, Pune being close to Mumbai and Sonipat close to Delhi in Haryana. And that's more or less all. Thank you. We have some questions.
Serio, having a bit similar topic by himself.
Oh no, I wish this is way more intense. Okay, first of all, thank you because it's a very interesting topic and I really like to see it presented. More than a question, it's maybe an observation. There was a slide about the bad sides of this digitalization, right? Cyberbullying and so on. And my suggestion would be when studying how the queer communities, deal with new mobility and digitalization, to consider the privacy aspect, because there is also an history of information being weaponized against queer people. And anecdotally, I know, but I can also see it in the broader picture, how someone may not be willing to use a shared service, for example, if they don't know where the data is stored and how strong the privacy is. There are anecdotal examples of people being outed, not necessarily through mobility yet, but through other apps. So that's something that you may want to consider if you haven't yet done that while scanning the literature. And my question would be, does it make sense? Did you find something like that in literature, this weaponization and fear of digitalization, or not yet?
So far, I did actually, but indeed as cyberbullying, where people really suffer from, like, if they on Instagram say something, then people are like overreacting, or also, yeah, all those websites of LGBT get tons of insults.
Yeah, but what I meant was more people that are not out yet and may be outed by the data law. There is the pride in this specific neighborhood, and I have my Uber app recording that I go from A to B, which is this neighborhood in this space.
This in India, I'm not sure. That would be interesting actually then to compare with another place. But in India, first, the pride I've been there is very small. It's composed by the same member.
But it could be because of fear, because if you are not sure that you can maintain anonymity, then you don't go.
It's anonymity.
Anonymity.
Yeah. I discussed with someone, indeed, they don't they are super scared that someone would recognize them. And even if they dress, for example, as a woman, while they're officially a man, then they are also having those struggles where, like, people start questioning who is this person, and it's very interesting to indeed look at different, for example, culture.
Yeah, I don't know the Indian experience, but for example, in the US, it's more common to weaponize data and blogs, and probably because there is a higher digital awareness, so bad actors can already use it to damage these kind of communities. So,
Okay, that's interesting to follow the experience they have with digitalization and. But indeed, you're totally true. Like, if one place is stereotype as like LGBT something, then the people might like what the conductor would do, or the driver. Please go.
Like find the people who interview or text them.
So in
like a neurological approach to like example, or is it like more
qualitative? It would be a qualitative. Oh my God. It will be a qualitative study, and with around 20 people maybe in Sonipat and in Pune or in other places. And I'm already quite close with the community. Because they set up some cafe in the city of Pune, so I got to know them. And the idea is it's my experience that it's easier to interview people from already an existing community than just people randomly like that.
You can continue the discussion, Serio can, as active participant.
Okay.
Yeah. And during that time, Külle can.
Yeah, okay. And very shortly on the minus side, it's just, does this cyberbullying also include cyber cheating? Meaning like, they say, okay, the taxi is coming, but then your money is gone and your credit card information is gone and so forth. So get rid of the money and no taxi comes. Cases like that. And also, yes, for more criminal countries, really this anonymity is minus, meaning like they are afraid still that they can be detected, so they don't want to use any digital things because mafia can still find them or whoever the bad guys are. So that can be also the minus side for the digital.
That was a good question. The first question I cannot answer yet, but I can. It would be interesting to question the people about their experience, what Uber and us, to see if stuff from economic really more interesting part of the study in this.
Especially also the older people don't know and don't so easily they recognize this is fake and this is real.
And the second, I don't know as well. I think
All right, again, this is great general change from anthropological approach to more engineering approach to quite similar topics. So, please.
We are back to automated mobility. I'm sorry, I would have loved to hear on this topic more, but so my pitch is about the work that we did in collaboration between Aalto and the center. It is about automated vehicles and the case study of Tallinn. Automated vehicles is a topic that has been treated so long, so much, from a lot of angles. And yet it's fairly linear. You have, okay, let's first see what is the potential demand. I get this potential demand, and then I design a service. I put the service in the city. I make it shared. I make this routing algorithm, whatever. What is still missing is the feedback. You have the potential demand, but the potential demand is an attitude toward automated vehicle. If the performance of the service then is not competitive, your demand will change. And this feedback is still pretty blurry in the scientific literature, let's say. But it's important for the business case and for the actual service provider. If I put a fleet of 3,000 vehicles because 3,000 people want to use the automated service, will they use it? Or maybe the waiting time or the travel time will lower my demand, and then I will end up using money. So this last passage is what we focused on, and we focus on it by strengthening how you can model it. In literature, you use this kind of modeling, agent-based. The name is not really important, but that's how you frame the demand. Then you have your traffic assignment and your automated driving module. For the city of Tallinn, we built the model in a way that we could assess then how the performance of the automated system changes the demand, and find what is the actual lost demand, taking into account congestion and the performance, the waiting time, all the other things that may influence demand. So the service is not only automated, and maybe you want to use it, but the service will take 10 minutes to get to your home. Do you still want to use it? Yes or no? And I say automated vehicle because it's a buzzword, everyone likes it. It could be used for any kind of emerging technology. The thing is that we have these 3 modules. We build it for Tallinn in the best possible way by state-of-the-art, let's say, standards. We have a module for demand generation that takes into account the feature of the population, so the socioeconomic data, age, gender, income, and so on. Then we have a traffic simulator that also is on par with state-of-the-art, and we have an experimental module from Ames the software house for the automated vehicles, which takes into account the fleet size, takes into account how they are routed, and so on. So every element of the model is on par with best practices. What we did is to develop a framework to use these elements that the 6 are ready to insert that feedback loop, to check, does all the demand actually flock to automated vehicles, or are we missing something? What is the potential demand that the service provider may lose or not. So the first step is this behavioral model, and this is mostly also for the knowledge of the other people in the room. So what's already available for the center? It is an activity-based model, which means that we have a behavioral model underneath. So each mobility choice is justified by a certain utility. I'm taking the automated vehicles because the utility of the public transport is too low. The waiting times are too much, or I have to work too much. And we get a set of results that is very, very disaggregated. We have one entry from each trip that is chosen in the population. So we have for Tallinn, 400,000 individual, 1 million trips in a typical day. We used it to simulate, okay, I put automated vehicle in the mix without changing anything else. What is the amount of demand that flocks to my automated service without knowing about the performance? And this is what usually happens in literature. Okay, the maximum demand that's as of today will flock to the automated taxi is 8%. But then we test it with the additional module, which is the one with automated vehicle routing, and we get the service performance. We get average travel time, the waiting time, and so on and so forth. And this is already literature. This is a pipeline, the pipeline that you can find everywhere. What we did, though, is to develop a framework to go back. We have the performance, but then how does the demand change back? Like, people want to use the automated vehicles, but do they still want to use it if the waiting time is 7 minutes with some peak of 10, 15 minutes? How many of them want to use it? And if they want to use it, does the performance change back? We have 3,000 vehicles that want to use automated vehicles. 3,000 people. We put the service there. If the service performs very, very well, for example, in the second cycle of iteration, we could have 4,000 people, and then the performance will deteriorate. So this becomes really a basic equilibrium between demand and supply. But that was missing in literature, and we kind of accomplished it. I'm not putting all the numerical results because this is a pitch. So the important thing is the idea, and the idea is that with the work that we did, if you are a service provider, you could test different fleet sizes to see what is the optimal from your point of view. With 3,000 vehicles, I lose maybe 10% of the people that would be interested in using the automated vehicles. If I add 500 vehicles, do I absorb them, or it is just wasted investment that I'm doing? So you can build a more solid business case. And you can also test different prototypes, because an automated vehicle that drives more cautiously will have a lower performance. So even if people want to use it, because it's automated, they might end up not using it because it performs poorly. So you can test your prototype and see how much of the potential demand you are losing or not. And I think I just have the 2 minutes for the questions. Thank you very much, if there are.
Now you can ask without the microphone. Please shut up.
I'm panicked that aren't I? Thank you very much.
So the general question: how precisely you think these these parts of the model that are you taking from the literature, or sort of thinking that 7 minutes might be reasonable? Because last week I had to wait 5 minutes my bolt, and it was.
Yeah.
How do you sort of do that?
So the behavioral model we calibrated with machine learning. So it's not perfect, especially because part of the work has been started during COVID. So, disruption and new mobility. But every step has been done state of the art. So machine learning to calibrate the behavioral model, and then for the performance, we calibrated the model with all the traffic data from Tallinn, the detectors. We added automated vehicles that are routed with a routing algorithm that has been tested again in literature. Obviously, you cannot check that an automated vehicle will really take 7 minutes because you don't have a fleet of 3,000 vehicles right now in Tallinn. But there is no strong assumption. The automated vehicles drive with a certain behavior which is just slightly more cautious than the normal cars. And their travel time it's similar to the one of normal cars that has been calibrated with the data of talent. So it is realistic. Obviously, from here you will jump to the, I will say, to the trial, or more, if you are in the US and there is no regulation, you start pouring automated vehicles on the street.
Okay. Until you are totally forbidden to do that because somebody died.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you
very much.
Serio. Now we are turning or changing or accelerating, how should I say, the changing mode to more collaborative, more sort of help me or collaborate me type of notions, or at least that was the idea. Let's see what the dear presenters are willing to say. So the next one is Kaija Veskioja, Finnish Center.
Okay. Yes, I'm Kaija. I'm a researcher in the Finnish Center. Here in the area of sustainability transitions and energy policy, technology innovation, and all so I actually have two topics. That's the reason why I don't want the second one to disturb your attention. Sorry. So the first topic that I would like to present you, and most of you maybe know, is the Finnish research seminars that we have been initiating from last year. So those researchers from Aalto who have not participated, we welcome you to attend them. And also, so the main idea of the research seminars is to coordinate the research activities, also project activities that we all work on and do. So the idea is to get new knowledge, to share what you're doing, get also feedback, but also probably it's good to know what we all are doing as we somehow work in the same area, and would be great also to cite each other more. But quite often we might not even know what the other person is doing. So we agreed with Külle that I will send Külle an email that he will share with all the Aalto people, so that you could also register to our seminar and schedule your presentation. So this is the first topic that I wanted to mention. And then the second topic.
So the research seminars are very informal. Typically, there's a given time doesn't, it's not enough.
No recording, no microphones, nothing. But yes, the idea is to have a very comfortable environment to discuss your idea. And it's, I think, especially
online part of it.
Online is there, of course. So it's useful for us all, and maybe especially for the PhD students. So you can also use it for your pre-mock defense, for example, to get new knowledge and just to experiment what you are thinking. And the second topic to present here is actually a Horizon proposal that we have been planning from last September, or actually from during summer. That is a call that we are addressing. The call has a quite fairly big budget, 60 million in total. 6 or 5 projects will be funded. Deadline is very soon, already 19th of March. And the general idea is to develop, implement, and evaluate large-scale pilots that solve a very concrete green transition problem in a city. And they do it through using AI, data, robotic solutions. But besides the pilots, the idea is also to analyze, build data governance capacities, and also to generate new business models, financing tools for cities, but also for the companies. So to use the pilots afterwards as well to make it more sustainable. A bit more about the focus of the pilots. So just to be clear, so the call itself doesn't mention cities. The cities we brought in ourselves because I see and we see cities as a great platform that you connects all different parties, stakeholders together, and the city is in general a great environment to tackle different sustainability and green transition related challenges. And cities also have quite clear goals in terms of sustainability and climate adaptation. But in the pilots, the idea is to bring together cities, big industrial companies, deep tech SMEs, startups, and research centers. So the call itself is very much focused on the industry and how to develop new solutions using AI, data, robotics, or to use already developed solutions in other sectors and to exploit and integrate them into other sectors. And this is actually what we are doing with the proposal right now, because I see that the cities that already have confirmed to be in the consortium, so the problems are not that new. So this proposal is definitely about exploiting and integrating the solutions that have been already developed in some sectors, but now to do it in a scale where cities are engaged, where the industrial partners, deep tech SMEs, and research institutions are involved. Yes, and it has to, and why the green transition part? Because also the call is targeting or addressing green transition, the Green Deal, to have an effect. So it's basically meant to support the Green Deal. And the pilots themselves have to be very wide scale. They have to target sectors and applications with a wide scale deployment potential and the significant impact on the objectives of the Green Deal. And third, the exploitation and integration of existing tools. This I already actually mentioned. This is the consortium. The names here, without the PBC, these are confirmed. So the Finnish Center, Able Smart Cities, it's an innovation platform for smart cities, AI Robotics Estonia, or like in the core. Then we have, why I've grouped these the other names is that they form the pilots. This is the Austrian pilot, which is led by the No Center, research center that is very much focused on data and AI. Then the city of Weiz in Austria, and the Novonex is a startup in Austria. And they also actually have an industrial partner, which is not yet confirmed yet. Then a very strong partner is City of Leipzig. They have engaged the public energy utility, Leipzig University, and then they have one industrial partner that is still to be confirmed. And the third pilot is the municipality of Viimsi. They want to, I don't know whether it's confirmed yet, but have Eesti Energia and the Estonian Association of Municipalities and Cities. And then also probably RA Technologies, which is an Estonian building information system and management software, quite well advanced. What we're looking for is a fourth pilot, preferably Porto, Valencia, so a Southern Europe country is good. These are the cities that we have been that we are discussing with, and probably we would like to add another ERRIN, which are the European Digital Innovation Hubs from Paris, so from France or Portugal. And something else that I wanted to mention, but I forgot it. What the use cases are. So the pilots themselves, it seems that they are all in the energy direction. So most probably in general, the proposal will be focused on the energy sector, and how to then utilize data analytics, AI in the energy sector and connecting with the cities. In Austria, they have the use case is related with analyzing and modeling the efficiency of photovoltaic systems, because there are a lot of distributors, and that's what they are not a specialist there, but that's what they're saying, that it's not very clear how efficient these systems really are. To develop a tool that will enable, that learns through time and is enabled to say how efficient the solutions really are. The city of Leipzig, they already have kind of an energy planning tool, but it's not updating as frequent as they would like to have. So the problem is that cities make their energy plans, but they outdate. So they would like to have a tool that is constantly updating with new data to make more informed decisions in terms of energy planning in the city. And then there is the municipality of Ingi's case, which is also related with energy planning, but there are more focused on energy efficiency in buildings. I know it sounds very, at the moment, towards the novelty in the energy efficiency of buildings, but we have to come to that with them. So, as you see, there is still a bit of so to say, doubt or shakiness in the pilots, but this is something that we need to figure out with the already confirmed pilots. They have to submit their data until the end of January, so probably we'll generate the first draft of the proposal in the beginning of February. I also invited the University of Aalto to the project, and Heidi, who was also here a bit, because previously we made together I was representing the Finnish Center in this AI for Citizens project that got over the threshold, but didn't get any funding. But yeah, due to time barriers, they're not really able to join. But at least I tried. Any questions? Thank you.
You can see these presentations are having 15 minutes, so more discussion and a bit deeper approach.
So you said you're looking for more participants, or thinking that maybe others. So I do know some people in around Baudens. How have you advanced? Are you already far advanced?
Quite advanced, because today I even got a more thought through answer from the Porta Digital. Okay. I have been in connection with them for a quite long time, from November already, but they probably prioritize more other activities more. But yes, today I got an answer. I haven't looked at the email yet, but we'll see.
He has a business school background from Aalto, like Hadikampari.
Okay, so if but probably if Porta Digital, if they are not interested, then I'm not sure whom to, because they are the information or the digital innovation center of Porta.
Change does Helsinki come into the pictures.
We actually have approached also Forum here in Helsinki and VTT, but yeah, probably it's too short notice. So that's how it is. And we have been doubting ourselves the past 2 weeks whether to go for it, because it's really very not much time left.
But when was the deadline?
The deadline is 19th of March. But as two members of or two pilots of the consortium, so the Austrians and the Germans, they really want to go for it. So I agreed with them that we'll try to manage, and they're also willing to help with the application, really content-wise. Yes, of course.
What are the
participate in the call or?
Not hearing is still sometimes. I'm still now here.
So in general, the strategy that we have had has been that we, for example, in the Austrian case, the Nerve Center is the strongest. They are the core. They have managed to get all the other people interested. So there has to be a research center, an industrial player, or industrial company, deep tech SME, and the city. So that has been my strategy, that they have to be interested. So there is no point of me pushing them, but they have to be interested, or at least there have to be someone locally interested to initiate the pilot. And in case of Leipzig, it's the city of Leipzig that is very interested to develop further some of the tools that they already have, and they are also been quite active in engaging the other parties. With municipality of Viimsi, I'm not that sure yet, but I'll have a meeting with them next Monday, routine one. So let's see. Let's see how it goes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Then about pilot proposal that is willing to have further pilot proposal.
Pilot of the pilot.
Yeah.
Yes.
To me, he's a professor level person. I don't know if it's the one day that by himself, but that's my understanding.
Yeah.
Slightly around built environment, but yeah, experience of landscapes.
Nii on hyvä. Niin, proovi niin.
So, hello, Ivo Fridolin, yes, professor from the Department of Health Technologies, TalTech. And we are addressing a challenge called well-being in virtual townscapes in the third pilot round for new projects, pilot projects. And our proposal is called currently, working title is Citizens Wellbeing Diagnostics in Virtual Reality. So this challenge has been actually proposed by Narva city, and they see that before the completion of any significantly costly urban planning project, they cannot be sure to guarantee that the quality of the urban space will really increase significantly. And they see that it should include also more objective residents' feelings regarding the proposed projects, and also how through this information, objective information, to provide input for the decision makers, politicians, entrepreneurs, and others. Just to ensure the most and the best satisfaction for the improved living environment. And we proposed a solution in connection to this, that we could set up a virtual or even hybrid reality tool and service, which can test the impact of the planet spatial decisions on the well-being of residents. And during this pilot, we plan to develop a tool which includes a measurement of physiological and also psychological well-being profiles. And this is done in virtual reality. And also, when we have this tool, we plan also have a service connected to this or around this. What we have done so far, so we have developed a method on a scientific basis for objective measuring the well-being of city residents. And we have even succeeded to apply a patent application for this method. And we hope to optimize and test it in the virtual reality environment. By own knowledge, nobody has done it yet. So this will be something very new, probably challenging, but also very innovative if we will succeed. And of course, this regards data, different kinds of data, spatial data, psychological data, physiological data. So we should try to apply also different automation algorithms, which can provide results as quickly and smoothly as possible for this service. How do we see the flow of this service? So first, we should establish the 3D environment. Based on this, we can create a VR model where we assess subjects or citizens different parameters, so psychological, physiological, and also spatial parameters. Then we make an analysis for this, and then we should provide input to urban planners, some kind of advice which can relate all these different data and hopefully help them to make better solutions. So we have most technological parts in the place, and added value, what we see from this is more objective, inclusive and people-centered input into the urban planning projects. Then also an urban planning process preventing unreasonable or faulty spatial decisions. And it should be also as a help for stakeholders to who are involved in urban development. Currently, we are putting together an interdisciplinary team. We have already some competencies. So for physiological measurements, we have competency at the Department of Health Technologies, TalTech. Also, we have competency in psychological measurements. So from the earlier pilot, we have some architecture specialists, but recently we also got Center of Excellence for well-being sciences with partners from both Tallinn University and Tartu University. So we see that they can provide rather solid competency for this psychological measurements domain. Also, spatial analysis, we have had good experience from the first pilot. But now we also have approached Department of Civil Engineering and Architecture again. But here we believe that we can maybe improve a little bit competencies. Then 3D and VR creation and technology. We have also different competencies from VR Lab, Estonian Academy of Arts, and Department of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering from TalTech. And for business development, we succeeded to find also rather good competency from the School of Business and Governance. So, but what we are looking for is additional competency to strengthen our 3D, VR, and spatial analysis part. And usually it's good to talk with the people. So actually, Külle has already helped us a little bit. So we have got some names from the Aalto University who have this kind of experience with VR. Yeah, we feel just that because this is very different approach to address both physiological data, stress data from the physiological measurements, and also spatial data, which are not like correlated or interrelated very obviously. There is a need for stronger competency. So hopefully we can find this competency, but if there is someone who knows that from there is an expertise in this field, we are welcoming this information. We have two partner cities currently, Narva from Estonia and Kuldiga from Latvia. Narva has not so much experience with VR, but they have established some 3D models of the city, especially older part of the city. And Kuldiga has some VR experience to create like historical free VR environments in the city. But we see that we should collect more information to validate our service with more use cases. So if there is knowledge about this potential competitions in different, maybe Finnish cities, where 3D model or even some VR elements are included, this would be very valuable, and we would be interested about this. Yes, I see hand.
Earlier this year, and our colleagues were doing not the same kinds but comparable kinds of I think more only on electrical rate and not so advanced doing focusing on forest experiences in VR. And I also know a research group in Czechia who is doing also the forest, environmental and physiological getting VR. So this might be a potential. I can send you the link to potential collaboration.
And they are researchers, or they are researchers. Okay, yes, thank you. But about cities, maybe also something. Oh, not the bit. Yeah.
What kind of specific knowledge do you use? I'm asking this because at TalTech, and it's good that my presentation is after you. We have this eye tracking. Actually, we're also making similar, not VR, like studies and research of cognitive or perception towards emerging technology. And I was wondering what type of technologies do you have in terms of like making this happen?
Yes, I don't have explicitly this kind of very detailed slide about this, but here you can see that they are connected to the heart electrical signal, so electrocardiography. So also we are measuring PPG or photoplethysmography on the fingers. So this is related to microvascularization and vascular pulse signal, optical signal from the blood vessels. Then we have also heat temperature, and also we have additionally this optical signal from the forehead and the electrical brain signal, EEG. Yes, yes. And yeah, we have made this first selection. So now we have designed a simpler version of this measurement setup. So we have succeeded to optimize number of sensors. So we left this forehead optical sensor. We have temperature and EEG. So and also we tested this smartwatch, which showed to be not so good, because what is a problem or what is a challenge? To measure stress is this is you can find rather many references about this using physiological signals and stress measurements. But in our case, we want to have a rather sensitive measurement method which can reveal people's response to the environment. And this is not self-evident because you have other physiological and mental processes ongoing during the measurement processes. And just to be like extract this environmental or spatial response, this is a tricky. Yeah, this is a little bit tricky. Yeah.
Hey, you can continue this
Yeah.
discussion in the final 30 minutes we have the end of presentations. And people are watching picture, I think, and
yes,
and those people are supposed to be in virtual reality sort of picture. So that's the.
I would love to use some of your equipment, adding some richer data in my research. But also, I'm going to explain a little bit eye tracking. Then probably eye tracking can be also useful when you do this virtual reality, can provide some additional data on how people actually perceive and like these visual behaviors when they interact with any stimuli.
Let's still continue with this.
Yes.
This is the purpose of this session. So what can we do? So Mergime is from Anu Masso's team, and Anu Masso is interested in sort of governance, mobility, data, big data, sort of unable to locate, which is typical for genius people. Yeah, but Mergime, please, you have already your slides there.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Yes, so I am Mergime, PhD researcher. And my research is basically to understand more the perception of citizens towards emerging technologies, and specifically I'm looking with autonomous vehicles. So today I wanted to talk a little bit of my research, but also introduce our lab. And the reason why introducing our lab, because it's available. So basically we're kind of not only a research facility, but kind of I'm calling it a collaborative hub where we inviting different researchers and professionals to come by to our lab and basically utilize these technologies, which provide kind of, I can say, quite rich data to really understand this human interaction with emerging technologies. So as I was saying, like, we have the technologies, right? We're talking about this, we're at this pivotal moment of thing, like our life being shaped due to different technologies. So the technology is there, but it seems that this the interaction of humans with the technology, it's still catching up. This raises quite like some critical question, because usually when there are new technologies, they're launched before analyzing this the societal aspects or this implication, like before the implication are understood. And I'm happy to hear that Narva actually is looking specifically for these human interaction before actually implementing like urban solutions. And specifically what I'm doing also, like understanding this automated technologies. So, and yeah, the critical question is basically like how well are our advancing smart cities truly understand the needs and behaviors of our citizens. And are we building the cities for the technology or for the people who live in them? And so, as I said, so basically what we're trying is to kind of bridge this gap on really understanding this human and emerging technologies, this relationship and how we actually perceive it, what are the attitudes towards that. As Külle actually mentioned today several times, that sometimes when people say something, for example, if you use like traditional technologies, traditional methods, I want to say like interviews or focus groups, when we ask people, how do you feel or what do you think about these certain technologies, some people tend to provide some social desirable answers, right? And this is why we cannot always rely on the ability to verbalize such behaviors. And there is a need to like advanced tools or to complement these traditional methods, which these cognitive tools can help further to better understand the perception and attitudes and the feelings to how people feel towards these emerging technologies. At our lab, we have eye tracking technology, which is a very well advanced eye tracking tool, which basically it captures or it tracks the eye movements when people interact with stimuli, with different ones. And in a while, I will explain a little bit of my research on what I'm trying to understand using this eye tracking technology. Apart from the eye tracking technology, we have EEG and FNR, similar to the one that, but I think ours is more advanced. We have 32 electrodes, which actually has a lot more powers in terms of really tracking these brain activities. And the FNRs, it also helps to track this blood flow that in our brain, so that it provides additional information in terms of the emotional and also the trust and the stress level of the participants. So basically, this is me in our lab. So we have the eye-tracking. Eye-tracking is basically this camera. It's an infrared camera, and where participants sit, and basically then we use this desktop to kind of build experiments. And by experiments, I mean like we're trying to build like different scenarios in a digitalized or improvised in a digital way, and then ask people, for example, what do you think that it will be the case, and so on, so that, but it is important to highlight that using eye tracking technology, solely the eye tracking technology, is very hard to interpret the data. So basically, usually eye tracking methods are used in complementary with other tools, like interviews or you can make focus groups or even like questionnaires. And we have this technology that uses up to 2000 hertz, meaning that it quite precisely knows where the eyes are located into the screen. Yeah, so basically it also then it's monitored from a host PC. This is from technical aspect, but just that usually when people interact, for example, with a desktop PC, then there is this from the researcher side that we monitor basically whether the accuracy of the eye tracker is basically in level. And EEG FNRs, as I said, so basically we have this with 32 electrodes with EEG. It tracks this electrical activities along the skull. disadvantages is basically it uses some gel and it might be a little bit uncomfortable for the participants, but we have all the facilities like to have a shower, like a hair dryer and so on, so that at least people will feel a little bit comfortable to come and participate in any of the experiments. And at NIARS, it uses the slides to basically monitor this blood flow in the brain, like reflecting these neural activities. And apart from that experimental room, we have also this monitoring room. I mean, here, for example, one of the pictures showing that because in my experiment, I used also interviews. So I invited participants, really like talking about my topic and so on. And then afterwards, I invited to the experiment room where they were interacting with different scenarios. So my research, what I did is basically, I did this in-lab experiment, and I wanted to scale up my my research to tackle or to target more people coming from around 20 cities. And I managed to gather data from 1,276 people. But the difference here, basically, it was the same experiment that I have conducted. But then I had to kind of limit, because of the time limit, it was only 30 minutes, but in lab, then it was kind of longer. So there was no time limit in that sense. So a lot of scenarios were showing one by one to really understand, like, because if you show one picture, then it passes by on the others. So really like just not having few ones, because then it limits also this perception, like understanding of perception towards these the scenarios that I use. And I'm writing also a paper like really comparing this online and in-lab, because now we've seen that there are quite so many researchers going like for online platforms, but really how does it work in comparison with traditional? There is a lack of research on that, and that's why, like, since I did these two experiments, then I'm trying also to compare what are the differences and similarities between these technologies. Some of the findings, what I did so far in terms of my in-lab experiment. I've seen that when comparing people in here by data and algorithm, uninformed and informed, meaning that uninformed are people more like they're lacking the technical knowledge to like what are like this algorithm designed to, or how they're built or how they're trained. And by data and algorithm informed are basically more computer scientists who actually knows are hands on the algorithm. So then, and I can see like from the eye tracking, it's possible to subscribe some heat maps. And by heat maps, we mean that when the focus, it's more, for example, towards like this red color, it means that the focus was mostly, for example, in those areas. And like generally speaking, what are these differences and what does actually mean? For example, in both cases, surprisingly, from these 16 people, mostly the attention was to, because I was comparing autonomous scenarios, non-autonomous scenarios, and the difference was basically, the focus was basically more to the non-autonomous scenarios. And why is that? It's from the interviews, what I got, it's basically, it's just from the point of view of understanding the human limitation that the AI is trying to overcome, and the responsibility of science. Because imagining that there is a human driver really making a decision. So, and we as a people, we share our own biases, values, and beliefs. So that's why they took more time to really comprehend what are the limitations of the humans. But yeah, I wanted also to show this, but just shortly a video. I brought it here because just to let you know what this technology actually can provide. And I use autonomous vehicle as a proxy example, but it can be used also in different fields. So it also, you can get interactive videos. I hope that this will work. To basically see what's the location, like the visual attention or the visual behaviors when people were screening the scenarios. And I think this is very interesting, but apart from that, you can also subscribe, you can also get reports in terms of CBS file, and you can add a lot of variables and making this comparison basically from based on your research. All right. I'll stop that. And from the online experiment, of course, like the layouts, it's a little bit different because I used then webcam software, like webcam software. And there we have to be careful in a sense that, of course, it allows you to collect data from like diverse people having different backgrounds. But the limitation is here that the data quality it's critical in a sense, because there I told that it's we have this high equipment in terms of 2000 hertz, but here it's like the difference, it's 30 to 60 based on the webcam that the participant have used, for example, to fill in this experiment. And just these differences in this box plot, actually that was also expected, because since we're having people from different countries, so based on their personal experience, depending on from what geolocation they come, it means that they might have also these differences towards this technology. That's why we're seeing that there are quite some varieties there, like apart from the general population that we analyzed. So some potential research areas, some of the current one that we're having also in our data lab, it's basically this perception toward autonomous vehicle. It's the one that I'm also leading this part. And I'm specifically now, since I have this data from 20 cities, I mean, at the phase on comparing the cities, we're really seeing whether there is any differences for people that come from well-developed countries or people who come from more cities that use more pilots of autonomous vehicle, or people who are more knowledgeable about these concepts. It's the data movement also, the very part where we're looking more like towards the trust of the algorithm, especially when data are moving from one country to another country. The gene hacking data, some other colleagues that are dealing with, and also automated policing by this border control. In similar case, like we're building scenarios, and then we're using this eye tracking technology to really to see this perception towards these emerging technologies. So, I mean, these are the current one, and the data lab, it's free for everyone who wants to utilize these. We can collaborate in terms of the current research, but you can also use these technologies for your own purposes. The idea is to use it for the research. It provides rich, sometimes it can seem to be complicated in the sense there are a lot of data and you have to do a lot of filtration, but still it provides some interesting data to better understand these perceptions and human behaviors when they interact with different technologies. And these are our contacts if you have any question. And also I want to say with Dmitrii, for example, you can use our EEG FNURs if you want to add, for example, additional data to your research to really understand how people feel around safety in terms of the lighting. That one can be one of the options that you can go if you want to add some additional data to your research. Yeah. Thank you. Ooh.
Thank you. Yeah. Luckily, we have the extra 30 minutes after this for deeper discussions. Yeah, I think we go now to Henry Patzig, who's not here, who's unfortunately a bit ill. I don't know how severe is the case, but anyway, Anniki, again from Anna Masso's team, but a postdoc version of.
Yes, Anna Masso's team and Finland's team.
Yeah. So she's heroically sort of saying something about the Henry Patzig was supposed to tell so database for smart and sustainable cities and communities project. And
actually, there are two of us because actually it's not only Henry who is involved with this project, it's me and Ralf as well. Ralf is also coming, but maybe Ralf can shortly say why we are in this project, and then I can
Yeah, so I'm doing this presentation for the fourth time, having slides not prepared by myself, but being quite hands-on. But this is like goes back to the very roots of Finnish twins concept, meaning that when we started, we wanted to do cross-border large-scale pilots, and from a data perspective as well. Whereas at some point we have been traveling to all other fields as well with our own piloting program, but we were offered opportunity to jump onto a project called the European Data Space for Smart Communities, and this is a grand initiative and very challenging as well, because we are just now launching a piloting program which is co-financed by the European Commission with 50 million euros, and that assumes also co-funding from public entities and consortium partners with another 50 million euros. But this is something that we just recently joined in, and in a partnership with
yeah, it is led by Technical University of Denmark. So this is the consortium leader, and there are like different partners in this consortia responsible for like several tasks, like communication, pilot support. But what is the role of Finland in this project is actually that we are responsible of this open call for pilots. Actually, we are those who are making this terms of reference. We are like responsible of this evaluation phase and selecting the pilots. So this is the main role that Finland has in this project. But actually, the consortia is very strong in that sense that they have concrete roles and taking it very seriously. So yeah. But what is the project we're doing? It's actually the follow-up project, because before this one, there was another project called Data Spaces for Smart and Sustainable Cities and Communities. So it was a bit longer, but now it's the deployment phase. So during the first phase or this preparatory action, they actually figured out or like produced this blueprint cities can use, or like different pilot areas can use. But now it's time to actually see whether it also works in practice. So that's why they are doing these pilots. So this project is all about the piloting. So yeah, as Ralf mentioned, it's co-financed by Digital Europe program, which is putting some additional things into this project. But the main thing is that those pilots we are doing, they have to be cross-sectorial. So not only there will be one domain included, but there have to be more combined under the one pilot. And also that there are different countries and different pilot areas included under the one pilot. But yes, the main idea is to validate this already created governance and technical blueprint through these 10, 12 pilots that will be selected. So yeah. And as I said, it's about going further from this preparatory action and how we say to cities why they should be coming and joining with this project is actually that they can access to very valuable network in first place. They can get very good support, how they can align with different data spaces in Europe, and how they can make their systems more interoperable, and how all these things can be taught through. And it's actually very a big initiative in Europe right now. And also it also aligns with this Green Deal direction as well. So yeah, Ralf, would you like to say?
Yes. as mentioned as well, that there are two very important eligibility criteria. And anyway, this is all about actual deployment, meaning that there are a lot of tools, a lot of databases, but the question is how to make them work cross-borderly and cross-sectorially. And then it is specifically designed for public administrations, mainly for cities, like from a consortium that we have seen all this interest. But it can also involve companies and team NGOs working with them. And then for this cross-border component, there needs to be at least two communities from different member states act as sites of piloting. And then there needs to be at least one public administration from each site. And then another thing is that as mentioned as well, that this is already like a validation exercise, but it assumes high level of technological maturity. But otherwise, prior engagement with any other activities is not required. This is open to everybody.
Yeah, it's not only like those who were involved in this preparatory action, but it's open to everyone. It's open for pilots. So yeah.
Then, like the volume is coming 15 million euros coming from EU, and then we're expected to have 10 to 12 pilots with 1 to 1.5 million euros supported by the Digital Europe program. And then the requirement as well is that there needs to be additional co-financing at least 50%. That means that the total volume is expected to be up to 30 million euros. And then, this co-financing needs to be completed and audited as well. And this, anyway, from a process side, has been very challenging for us as a Finnish center. I think we have not had this kind of intensive time before we started our own piloting program. That was also like in early 2000 to 2021, very intensive. But now it has been extremely complicated because we did not participate in any prior activities ourselves, but we were invited to replace Austrian Institute of Technology on the very last moment. And that means that here with Anniki, Henry, and myself, we have been on this crisis mode since mid-December, trying to kickstart it from our end. And then we are just in the recruitment phase of trying to make the team a bit more stable as well. So this is also something that we are open to collaborate. And then the pilots call is planned to be opened 11th of March. So we're still designing, and then the mission round, first submission round would be ending 10th of May, and then it's expected to have altogether 3 submission rounds. And the challenge there is that there's a very big interest from the community of data spaces, and especially from cities. Yesterday we had a workshop with European Commission, cities and community with 80 plus participants, and then it seems that already like more than 4 or 5, I don't know how many consortiums are already planning to submit, although actually conditions are not that good. It's really challenging, but somehow this community is very strong. Plus, European Commission is really kind of focusing its legislation around that as well. That makes it stronger. Yeah.
Yeah, and of course, now the process is continuing, and we are like putting in place these terms of reference at first place, and then there will be different meetings coming up where all those interested in being a pilot site or like being someone joining the consortia, then it's very recommended to join the stakeholder forum, which is the forum combining all these stakeholders around data spaces and all those cities who would like to proceed this call. So yeah, and you can write Ralf-Martin. So or yeah, there will be also a web page which will be updated quite soon as well. So yeah, these will be the next steps. So yeah, thank you for the question.
We are talking about some cities here, so can you help us or other research anyhow? Is there a reason for some?
Like in terms of applications, nobody from Aalto but nobody from TalTech can be involved. In the case of our partners, including Aalto, it's totally open.
Yeah, conflict of interest.
Yeah. No, like for Aalto it's open. But for TalTech, it is not open, as TalTech is actually financing the pilots, and then 50 million euros cascade funding is going to TalTech. So this is limiting. But on our hand, we definitely have much better access to actual like knowledge created throughout the pilots, as we are kind of contracting them as well and making sure that it's going on.
A lot of different research areas that can be open through these interesting pilots that are actually like testing the solutions.
And then there's also quite new initiative or center within the Danish Technical University on data spaces, and this is also from a kind of research side. Our interest to collaborate. Plus, also we liked Sara's presentation on this public value component that could be kind of implemented here as well when analyzing it.
Yeah, but we can ask from Ralf later, and I will make another presentation now.
Hopefully, we won't need it.
So this will be the last presentation for today. Thank you already now for your endurance to our sort of steady sitting, focusing something. And then we have almost half an hour to discuss, and I understood that the Tallinn bus or West Harbour bus leaves 15 minutes after 6 o'clock. So
yeah. But the last presentation today, actually it carries a lot of things already presented today. For example, especially this public-private collaboration. But in this presentation, I'm combining it with concrete topic, which is shared mobility services and also urban inequalities. So from my background, I'm actually a geographer, human geographer, who has been studying mobility over more than 10 years using different mobile phone-based data sets. So I have been using a lot of data doing different mobility analysis, but yeah, it has been my internal wish to actually also understand how you can make data available, how we can collaborate through sharing the data, and how we can actually make it work and make society better in that sense. Because I have been studying urban inequalities in terms of mobility, but still I feel like when there are different stakeholders like doing their own analysis and like functioning separately, then I don't know how we can proceed, especially because we have these new services that are provided by public providers and or like these private providers, but we actually don't know whether it deepens the already existing inequalities in cities. So this is something I would like to discover. And just to mention that this is just an idea. I haven't started with the analysis yet. So this is something I will be starting probably in March. So that's just to keep in mind that this is an idea I am presenting, and I'm looking also collaborations. But shared mobility services, those who don't know, these are the services that are related to transportation, but these are like shared among users or either at the same time or one after another. So this is the easiest way to explain it. But of course, in some
terms like they also include public transit because it is also something which is shared. And so this is something I'm considering whether I'm including it or I'm excluding it in this study, but we'll see. But it will be good because actually it shows this like public part in this shared mobility like ecosystem. And yes, I have already found a lot of studies either focusing on like socioeconomic inequalities using these services or spatial inequalities in terms of who has access, what are those areas where all these services are operating, because you can see very different maps when you like putting these service areas on maps, or even like seeing like who is using the services. So this is something I am starting with because I'm a geographer. But this is just the first scheme I made yesterday evening. But yeah, there is a public and private, but they both have like very often like different purposes when they provide their services. Because for public, it's also like you have to like provide something for your citizens to like give access to citizens to these services. But for private sector, it's very often related to getting getting some money. Concrete. But of course we know that there are some common goals and initiatives, for example, like improving the access to the services through like mobility as a service platform and bringing all these things together. But I haven't seen that there have been much discussion over like how it actually can improve the who has access to these services. Of course, there are some studies, but when we think about making studies over inequalities in that sense, when we looked at spatial distribution or other aspects, then I think this is something I would like to see more. But of course, there are other things to consider, like information and data sharing, which is also something Sara presented today, like this ecosystem. I'm not very aware of what are all those components, but this is something I'm also highlighting later. And also how these regulations are created in terms of spatial distribution as well, because there are regulations where those services can be provided and there are different limitations for that. And yes, the research question I have been setting up right now is how we can mitigate these urban inequalities through collaboration between public and private. So but the study context, very new site for us probably, but still I have been also studying urban inequalities in Tallinn as well, like seeing like how people are using transportation there, and for example from the perspective of spatial segregation. So this is something we should also keep in mind when those services are provided. But of course, one is that where is population distributed, but of course we know that there are different areas segregated in terms of socioeconomic backgrounds, ethnical background, and so this is something to consider as well. And of course, there are a high level of growth in services provided in cities. I don't know. I haven't mapped all the services provided in Tallinn, but this is something I would like to do now. And of course, understanding what are those collaborations in place right now, and then trying to understand whether there are some strategies to tackle these urban inequalities or not. And there is a concrete special issue I'm targeting together with one co-author. But it's about geography and the geographical perspective of having access to the services, and that's why it's all coming around this mostly about spatial access, but also included with including this social economics perspective as well. So this is something I have been planning to do, and this is basically the timeline. And collaboration. I'm looking whether there is someone who is having a really good knowledge about this shared mobility services ecosystem. It would be very good if you know something about this ecosystem in Tallinn, and also the timeline, like how this shared mobility ecosystem has been evolving over the past 20 years, like making some timeline. So if you know much about it, then just let me know. And the other thing is also, yeah, I'm trying to include some this collaboration like framework, because I don't have to invent it by myself, because there are a lot of research out there. So I'm trying to find some good source where I can add my layers on. And of course, the main thing is that you have to have interest to putting it all into this geographical perspective, because it's still about geography. Yeah, actually, that's all.
Serio, I think, was the first one. Then Sara.
Can you narrow down on the research question? But it's very, very wide.
Yeah, actually, right now it is very wide.
Like,
yeah.
What was that you are interested in more?